Good afternoon. I'm going to call this a joint meeting of the City Council and authorities concurrent with the Santa Clara Stadium Authority meeting to order. A roll call, Assistant City Clerk and Stadium Authority Clerk.
Vice Chair Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member O'Neill.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Mayor Gilmore and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on items on closed session? Do we have anyone physically here?
We have no public comment
No
or
public
anyone here.
comment. Okay, thank you. So we will be adjourning to closed session. Thank you. to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
We already did roll
And we
call.
did roll call. We'll get it right one day.
I'll read the announcement.
Yes, thank you.
Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and take my mask off to show that I'm at least 6 or more feet from anybody around me, and I do have Councilmember Teresa O'Neill in attendance here today. So good afternoon and welcome to today's City Council meeting and Stadium Authority meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent the slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not currently on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public so that you would have an opportunity to speak if you do come down to City Hall. We have implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria as well. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. So I want to thank all Santa Clarans for all your efforts in following the very serious steps we are all taking as we shelter in place and only conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. Okay, next we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is continuances and exceptions. Does council member, staff member, or member of the public have any continuances or exceptions to the agenda?
Mayor,
Yes.
there is one item on page 3 of the agenda. It's item 20-1181, and we're requesting that this public hearing be dropped.
that we
It's the
cancel.
proposed resolution amending the rates for attachments to the city-owned utility poles by third-party communication providers.
So you call it dropping the public hearing instead
Yes,
of just
drop-
canceling? So do we have a motion to
Either or.
drop the public hearing? City Attorney?
Yeah, cancellation or drop are the same things. So we should have a motion to cancel a hearing.
Okay, is there a motion to cancel the hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Watanabe. Any questions or discussion about that? Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal. Unmute yourself, please. Councilmember Shahal.
Councilmember Chahal, are you there? Did he drop out? Oh, you're still there. Is he muted? Can you unmute yourself, Councilmember Chahal?
I'll try calling him.
Mayor Gilmer.
Yes. His service froze? Okay, so let's just go with what we have to cancel that public hearing. And that would be 5-0. So that passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on to our special order of business, and first is to acknowledge the winners of the Santa Clara Cultural Commission's 2020 Halloween Home Decoration Contest. And wow, there was some pretty amazing homes out there this year. So as a special order of business, the Cultural Commission would like to recognize the winners of the Halloween Home Decorating Contest. This year's contest received 23 submissions. One winner was selected for each council district, and tonight they are being recognized by my colleagues and I. So just so we don't exceed our COVID-related capacity limits here in the council chambers, our Cultural Commission Chair, Louis Samara, is joining us virtually. So I'll now turn the floor over to him to introduce this year's winners. Louis, I hope you're on.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Take
The
it away,
technology
Louis.
works. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and everybody online. It's my pleasure to address you once again. It's been quite some time, and we were eager to get back on track and start, reaching out to the community and building different events. So it's my pleasure to go ahead and recognize the different winners. This year, we adjust as with the changing years. And I would like to say that, when we first started this event, it was going to be every other year. And then we started this in 2017. In 2019, we run it again. And now we are running it almost every year. And that's our intent. And, we're going to recognize one winner per district. So here we go. If we can, we have a presentation. Here we go. If we can, there you go. Thank you very much. If you can advance to the next, here we go. Slide. Thank you very much. If you can advance to the next slide. Thank you very much. If you can advance to the next. Great. So as we mentioned before, there was one winner per every district, and the category was most original of each city council. So with that in mind, I like to say that this was a contest that was launched and advertised throughout the month of October. And as it was mentioned before, we have 23 entries. We foresee that in the future we will have more. The staff deliver the winners in commemorative law signs, and as we could see, next slide, District 1. Excellent. Congratulations to the Mitchell family. This was an awesome display of creativity.
Yay, I want to clap for that. Nice. Virtual
I think
cheers.
somebody was in the background. If you can see, somebody was with their hands up at the door. I thought that was very interesting. District, next slide, district number 2. Congratulations to the Vera family.
Wow.
I'm a scared of clowns. So the skeleton back there with the pink wig made it a little bit less threatening, but yeah, I'll stay away.
That's nice. Congratulations. Wow.
Congratulations to the Vera family again. Next slide, District 3.
Ooh.
Definitely their exercise, their colorfulness. Here is congratulations to the Robredo family.
Yay, my neighbor's around the corner.
Great,
Yay.
great job, Roberto family.
Right, next slide, District 4. Congratulations to the Acevedo family.
Ooh.
This was definitely a sight to see.
Wow, congratulations.
Congratulations
Wow.
to the Acevedo family. Next slide, District 5. Congratulations to the Wilson family. I like the menu there.
Oh, nice.
Actually
The
had to
menu.
go, do a little hunting. So hey, very creative, I will have to say. District 6. Congratulations to the Neve and Christie family. I thought that was interesting.
Wow, amazing.
Amazing, amazing. I'm always surprised as to how people decorate and they find different ways. Definitely, the creativeness is something to be celebrated, and we're exploring new opportunities to guide others to see some of this displays. So it's always a work in progress. The commission is always looking for ways to maximize the participation and also maximize exposure and recognize people. So I appreciate all the work that went into it, and of course, we couldn't do it without the support of our liaisons and staff to help us do this thing. Next slide. So as we head for the holiday season, we are going to run once again the holiday home decoration contest, and we're going to be taking entries from November 30th to December the 23rd. And as itemized here, we're going to have 6 categories: the merry and bright, best use of lights; the holiday spirit; best theme; classic holiday; nostalgic; most animated, if it moves. I've seen some neighbors that really go all out. And most animated; best inflatables, 5 or more inflatables, and the best of it, the best overall. So we're looking forward to running this contest and participation and engaging the city council to help us judge some of this by district events. So thank you very much. Can we have the next slide? And I'm happy to say that I'm always surprised and always happy to see how we respond to the ongoing times. And this time our commissioners came out with a virtual celebration of the season, and we're excited to solicit the community to teach us about the different holidays, with the seasons of the celebration. So this through November and December, in collaboration with local families and community groups and nonprofits, we are going to be hosting different videos and celebrations. And the public gets to tell us, why why they celebrate, why it's important to us, and we get to include and share their experiences with everybody. So I think there were 2 already. One was the Wally, and the other one was Dia de los Muertos. So, you know, we're encouraged by the participation and also the creativity. And again, we're responding to the way things are, being that, you know, traditionally we plan our activities with such a you know, 3-6 month horizons and a year in advance. So now that we're having to do things, we're learning quickly and we're adjusting quickly, and you know, we want to continue to engage. And I mean, we couldn't do it alone. You know, we have the great support of the city and the city staff, and you know, we couldn't do it. We have 7 commissioners, and you know, they all bring, you know, their strengths and their experiences. And with that, I'd like to go to the next slide. And that's my presentation for today. I'm looking forward to, in the future, bringing you plans of the activities. We're looking forward to being more engaged.
Thank you, Chair Samara. And I have a comment from Councilmember Davis.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Louis. I'm so glad that we did the districts on the Halloween decorations, and I'm so glad that we're not doing it every other year. And the fact that Christmas, I do believe you are you doing districts for the Christmas event?
Yes, I just have to confirm that. Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, I just think it's better because there's a little healthy competition going on between the districts, so it's a good thing. And right now, I think everybody is needing something with this COVID and now going back into purple. I think that this will lift some spirits, and hopefully we'll get some nice participation with everybody. But I want to thank you for everything that you do, Louis. And I know you're hanging tough, and this virtual stuff is kind of weird, but we're getting through it. And hopefully you'll have some nice participation with Christmas. So thank you very much for everything that you do, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Like I said, you know, it's a reflection of the people that we have. So
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate the District 1 winners, Alina and Sydney Mitchell. They really did a lovely job on decorating their house, and they had a lot of foot traffic through the neighborhood that night. I made a point to go by, and it was very exciting to see. And it just gave everybody an opportunity to just celebrate Halloween in another way, visiting the decorations, and a lot of people were still dressed up, which was wonderful. And but everybody was wearing their masks. People were socially distanced, so it was very nice, and they were so excited. So thank you for. I know they put in the effort, but still, thank you for selecting them, because I know it meant a lot to them. And then finally, regarding the videos, thank you so much. I think it's a wonderful idea to showcase the holidays and to be able to teach all of us, you know, the different respective cultures, what's important and why, and explain. And I know the Diwali video has had a lot of views since it showcased on Friday evening, I believe it is, just before Diwali. And the family did a wonderful job. Teresa Seltzer did a wonderful job interviewing the family, and so I look forward to future videos, and again just teaching our city about the cultures and what makes our city special by these cultures. So thank you again, Louis, and to the Cultural Commission.
yeah, no problem. It's a pleasure. And Teresa did an outstanding job on that one. She's a great asset.
So Chair Samara, thank you so much, and thanks to the Cultural Commission. This was a big job to go out and judge all of the Halloween homes, because there were so many around town. It was just amazing. People really got into the spirit of it. There are, I think the camera showed that there are awards here to get to the winners, and we'll make sure, the city will make sure that each of the winners has their recognition award. we want to thank everyone that participated in that. But a special thanks to the Cultural Commission, because it is a lot of work to do that. And I know you love doing it, but it's, I know you're a very busy and active commission, especially virtually and other ways. But I want to echo Councilmember Watanabe, because I thought that Diwali video was fantastic, and so many people learned so many things from it. I had so many comments about that. So thank you so much for that, and all you're doing. I know everyone really appreciates what you're doing, and you bring a little bit of joy to us during these dark times. So keep it up, and we all look forward to the home decorations for the holidays as well. But thank you so much, Chair Samara.
Thank you very much,
Please
ma'am.
send our best wishes back to the commission for really a job well done. Thank you.
Right.
Oh, do I have others? Let's see. I have a member of the public, Galaxy S9. Oh, I'm not sure who that is. Whoever has their hand raised, Galaxy, it shows us Galaxy S9.
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Aurelio Vera, the winner of District 2.
Hello, congratulations.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for putting this out. I've decorated for a long time, and I've never known about the decorating contest, and I was glad that I could win the first time I submitted my application for it.
Well, you set the bar really high for the future, so thank you very much.
I mean, I was hoping I was winning, and now that I won, I was like, well, next year is going to be a lot more stuff now.
Oh, we look forward to that. We look forward to that, and thank you to your family as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll get your recognition to you, Mr. Vero.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, and now I have Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And sorry about the technical failure. I'm back online. Thank you, Luis, for the presentation. And I missed my district too, but I heard from Mr. Vera that he won. So I'll check the tape back again. And I congratulate Mr. Vera for winning the contest in my district, District 2, basically. And I appreciate the Cultural Commission efforts to keep us connected during this pandemic through virtually, and also what you all doing, and especially the cultural thing, like you covered the Diwali thing. That was really nice. Okay. I just want to thank each and every member of the Cultural Commission. Thank you very much. And all the winners in all the districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Oh, Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, Mayor, I was wondering if it would be appropriate for each one of the council members to deliver those to the family in our district.
I don't know if the Cultural Commission's doing it, but Louis?
If they're not, I'll help out.
Okay, thanks for the offer. We'll check with the Cultural Commission. I think they normally do it, but if not, Chair Samara, are you still there? Chair, did he drop? We'll check for you, Vice Mayor, okay?
Thank you.
I'm back. I'm sorry.
Do you normally deliver the awards, or if you don't, or if you're not able to, I know there's some council members that would like to deliver to the awards.
The staff was so great to deliver lawn signs on the day, and we were going to mail the certificates, but I will check with staff, with our liaison, and see if we can deliver them.
Okay, we might have some council members that would like to deliver the awards
That would be
safely and within a distance. Okay. All right, Vice Mayor, hopefully you can
actually,
deliver
I have
your
an
award.
answer from our correcting liaison. Yes, the council can deliver the certificate.
Okay, so there's not an overall award, so I have nothing to deliver, Chair Samara.
Correct,
So-
yes.
You
Maybe
have
you might-
District
you-
5.
You might want to think about that for the future and overall, but that's okay. That's just a suggestion. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Do I have any? I don't have any other hands. So again, let's give a round of applause for the Cultural Commission for what you've done. It's been amazing, and our winners.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, moving on. Our next special order of business is our regular business, which is verbal report from the city manager regarding COVID-19 pandemic. This one isn't as positive as our last item, but city manager.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor. The status update on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. And indeed, we do have a lot to report today. I just want to start out quickly with the weather and the strong winds that have been in the south part of the bay. I can report that today we had 52 reports for tree or damage calls related to the weather. And I just want to thank our Department of Public Works for making sure that we've responded and are organized in terms of providing clearances and some sort of remedy to the 52 calls. In terms of where we're at with COVID, yesterday the state placed the Santa Clara County in the most restrictive purple tier 1 of the governor's blueprint for a safer economy, and that was effective this morning at 12:01 a.m. This indicates widespread transmission of COVID-19 in our county. This was a significant announcement by Governor Newsom, who stated that he was pulling an emergency brake in response to the statewide surge of COVID-19 cases and requiring certain counties to skip multiple tiers in his blueprint. And if you recall, in our last report, we had said that we anticipated going to the red. However, that's no longer the case. Last week there were 13 counties that were in purple, and this week with the governor's action, including the county of Santa Clara, we are now among 41 counties in purple tier 1. The governor stated that he was foregoing the past practice of waiting 1 week before assigning a new tier status in consideration of the significant surge. Daily cases have doubled in the last 10 days in the state of California, which is the fastest increase that California has had since the beginning of the pandemic. This means the state requirements will force several activities and businesses to close or reduce capacity. And I'll just go through a couple of them of announced closures regarding indoor dining, and moving to the purple tier means that gyms and fitness centers are only allowed outdoors with modifications. Indoor retail, including shopping malls, will have to be reduced to a capacity of maximum of 25%. Indoor pools will have to close. Indoor family entertainment centers, such as bowling alleys, will also have to close. Indoor card rooms will have to close, including bingo. Wineries will have to close indoor operations. Places of worship may operate outdoors only with modifications. Outdoor bars, breweries, and distilleries will have to close unless they are functioning as a restaurant and providing meals. Museums, zoos, and aquariums are only allowed with outdoor activities and modifications. Santa Clara County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody stated yesterday that this announcement from the state reflects that we appear to be heading into the worst phase of the pandemic to date. She added that rapidly rising cases and hospitalizations should serve as a wake-up call for our entire community. Shortly, Lisa is going to give us the metrics, but I believe that yesterday alone we were at 385 cases reported for the day. We collectively ask every resident to do everything that they can to slow the spread of transmission in our community, protect our most vulnerable residents, and save lives. After my comments, I'll ask Chief Emergency Services Officer Lisa Schoenthal to provide all of the metrics that pertain to the the purple tier, getting my colors wrong, and other current data. It is notable that, though, for instance, we immediately changed today's special order of business where we were originally planning on having folks in the chambers. Now we're requiring that participants participate on Zoom to be consistent with the new restrictions. We are also going to be changing our original plans for the December 8th swearing in ceremony, where we were going to have a modified approach with hybrid people attending and other participants on Zoom. However, we will convert those ceremonies to entirely Zoom and remote meetings. And we'll be putting out more information and instructions to city staff so that we're all on the same page with respect to these service changes. In terms of travel, the state issued a travel advisory on Friday, November 13th that was consistent with joint guidance released by Dr. Cody and the Bay Area health officials last week. Californians are encouraged to stay home or in their region and avoid non-essential travel to other states or countries over the holidays. Avoiding travel can reduce the risk of virus transmission and bringing the virus into California. California residents who travel out of the state or country should self-quarantine for 14 days after returning. These persons should limit their interactions to their immediate household. The recommendation does not apply to individuals who cross state or country borders for essential travel. Persons traveling to California from other states or countries should also self-quarantine for 14 days. And Dr. Cody stated again yesterday that she strongly discourages travel outside of the Bay Area. I know that fatigue and frustration with the various health orders, as well as the needing to wear face coverings and keep social distancing, has affected us all. But it is really important that we, more than ever, that we continue with these important safety measures and explore what other modifications we can do to make sure that we decrease the spread. For more information about our public health orders and guidance, those can be retrieved and viewed at scccovidconcerns.org. Once again, scccovidconcerns.org. We are still planning for the virtual holiday tree lighting, and that will take place on December 4th, and we'll begin pushing out more information very soon. And that is some good news in light of our traditions and celebrations. I'm going to hand it over to Lisa to finish up with the data, and we'll be able to respond to questions. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mayor.
City Manager. Oh, thank you, City Manager Santana. And good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This is Lisa Schoenthal. Yesterday, the state determined Santa Clara County's adjusted COVID case rate is 7.6 cases per 100,000, which meets the purple tier 1 metric of greater than 7 cases. The state determined the county's test positivity rate was 2.5%, which actually meets the orange tier 3 positivity rate of 2 to 4.9%. But to put this in better perspective, on November 7th, our positivity rate was 1.7%, and today it's 2.7%. The state did not release a health equity metric yesterday, as this is only used to determine movement to a less restrictive tier. Cases and hospitalizations have sharply increased in a short period of time. As of today, the latest COVID case numbers reported by Santa Clara County reflect a cumulative total of 29,023 cases in the county, 447 deaths, and 1,348 cases in the city of Santa Clara. This includes 345 new cases in the county and 12 new cases in the city. The city's Emergency Operations Center tracks the county numbers every day. And so to put these numbers in perspective, yesterday we had 388 new cases, on Sunday 335 new cases, on Saturday 330 new cases, on Friday 362 new cases. We have never had more than 300 new cases more than 2 consecutive days. And those 2 consecutive days, which were August 14th and 15th, was when the county was dealing with a backlog of data from the state. So we now have had more than 300 new cases for 5 consecutive days. Hospitalizations, very significant number, have also risen sharply. On November 1st, we had 85 COVID hospitalizations. Today, we have 151. Our highest number of COVID hospitalizations was 185 on July 29th, when our hospitals were stretched. And you can see we are only 34 beds less than that as of today. Our COVID ICU beds, intensive care unit beds, increased over this past weekend from 27 COVID ICU beds on Friday to 45 COVID ICU beds today. Again, to put this in perspective, this is bad. I'm not going to say that it's not, but there is still available capacity in our hospitals, and all the hospitals do have surge plans to increase their capacity, but these numbers are not favorable, and the trend is just bad. So you've heard me give numbers about beds, but it's also important to bear in mind that beds do not treat patients. Healthcare workers treat patients, and our healthcare workers have been stretched. We do have reason to believe the overall capacity in our hospitals will be challenged in the coming weeks. On a different note, I did recommend to City Manager Santana this morning, in consideration of everything we have said in this update today, that future council meetings, including the December oath of office, be fully virtual. The public can participate via Zoom or on the telephone. The Board of Supervisors does this, and they get wide public participation. I believe this is an important safety measure during this critical time. This concludes my report.
I think when our Chief Emergency Services Officer is telling us that this is bad, we need to listen. This is bad. And we really need to follow all of the health and safety orders from the county. We need to wear our masks. We need to keep our social distance. We need to shelter in place at home, not travel, for the good and health of our community as a whole. I think it's very serious. We're in the center of a pandemic, and it's not getting better. And those are some serious words that she just told us that we need to heed. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. You're absolutely correct, and we will be putting out additional information over the next couple of days, including a travel policy for employees that we're circulating and getting input from different stakeholders, as well as any change modifications to our services. For example, we're going to likely increase our appointment availability for libraries instead of having people come into the lobby. All of that is under consideration, but we'll get it tidied up so that we can communicate it in an orderly manner.
City Manager, do you know the next time we'll be having the testing available at our Central Park Library? I know we had it last Thursday and I was able to go, and I was in and out in less than 10 minutes with an appointment. It's very convenient for people. So do we have anything scheduled coming up anywhere in Santa Clara?
We do, and I don't have that at my fingertips. I'm going to ask whether Lisa or Cynthia have that information.
The next COVID schedule is next Wednesday, the 25th. And we have 2 dates in December. I believe it's the 9th and the 23rd, I believe.
So if we can keep everyone informed of that, it's very easy. It should be on our website. It's very easy to get an appointment. I did mine the night before. There was plenty of times. And literally the way they have it set up, you pull up, you check in, it's very safe. The test takes, less than a minute, and then you're out very, very quickly and safely. So I know that last Thursday we processed, I think it was over 500 tests at that location, but I encourage everyone to take advantage of that. So next Wednesday, the 25th. And do you know when we can start making appointments for people that would like to get tested?
Generally,
and it's free.
Generally, it's the Friday before. At least that was the way it was for last week. We need to confirm that. And I'll confirm that out. But
this is Lisa. It's 7 days in advance.
Okay. That's great, and it's on our city webpage under COVID issues. I think that's how I found it last time.
Yes.
This is Lisa. It's on the city webpage, and it also can be found at sccfreetest.org.
Okay,
And we will
thank you.
push out information just to build community awareness around the testing opportunities and sign up for appointments.
Okay, because it's easy, it's not painful. They ask you for very little information, and it's free and convenient. So anyways, I'm hoping people here in the city will take advantage of that. All right, anything else, City Manager?
That's it, unless there's any questions.
Let's see, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, City Manager, for the report. And thank you, Lisa Schoenthal, as well. I know these reports are not easy and to either say or to even hear. But we appreciate it because the community needs to be aware and we all need to be safe and get through this. I have two questions. The first one regards the swim center, the International Swim Center. Has any decision been made about that facility? Because it has been open, obviously.
So we'll have to look and determine through the information that we have whether outdoor swimming is permissible and under the structure that we have. I already mentioned that indoor swimming was
Right.
not. So
Correct.
we'll get the messaging out once we go through our list of services and what requires modifications or just suspension for the time being.
Okay, great. And then my second question, I know we dealt with this early on with the convention center and it possibly being turned into a temporary facility for people recovering or being released from the hospital and to continue recuperating. Has there been any talk about that statewide or locally if intensive care beds fill up?
I saw something on the media about referencing, but there's no outreach from either the state or county that I have received. And I know Lisa would have shared that immediately, just given the past experience. But Lisa, do you have any current information? No one has reached out to us about its use.
I can share that the State Emergency Medical Services Authority is looking into establishing alternate care sites in California to be able to treat an incoming surge of patients, but there's been no discussion of anything in our city being used for that purpose.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And again, thank you for all your hard work and just keeping us informed. I appreciate it.
Okay, so I don't see any more council hands. Any members of the public? I don't see any hands. All right, thank you, City Manager, and Lisa Schoenthal, Chief Emergency Services Officer, both of you for your reports. We appreciate it. All right, next we have our consent calendar. All items will be approved with one motion unless items are pulled for discussion. I'd like to pull item 2H for discussion, and that's the item on action on a design professional services agreement with Alta Planning and Design for the Prune Ridge Avenue Complete Streets Plan Project and related budget amendments. Does anybody else want to pull an item? Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. When you say consent calendar, does that include the stadium authority items?
Yes.
Okay, then I need to pull some stadium authority items.
Okay.
Everyone that is about the Silicon Valley Business Journal, and for the life of me, I can't find. I just went offline and Cindy just got me back on, so I'm not sure what. There's 3 in a row.
So that's 2Y, A, and B regarding the Business Journal?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any?
Correct. Thank you.
Davis. Okay, anyone else? Any member of the public?
I have a public comment on 2I.
Okay, a comment would you like to read, please? Two I is Adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit an application for Prop 68 per capita program for Maywood Park rehabilitation and approve a related budget amendment in the amount of $256,622 for the project in the Parks and Recreation Capital Fund.
This comment is by Susan Hinton, and it reads, "I live near Maywood Park and would applaud low water plantings to upgrade parts of the park, if those are the low water types of upgrades being planned. But I noticed that Prop 68, Senate Bill 5, 2018, specifies improvements for low-income areas. I fail to see how Maywood Park can be classified this way. Of course, if the idea is to bolster the Prune Ridge bike lanes, one might argue that low-income folks may bike to the park. But why not improve park areas where the low-income folks live?" End of comment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hinton, for that. Is there a motion from council?
I move approval of the
Motion to
balance of the consent
approve.
calendar.
Okay, we had Councilmember O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. I don't see any more hands. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Chair and Vice Mayor
Yes.
Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Chair Gilmore and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Our next item should be the public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Okay. Seeing no public, is there any member of the public here? Okay. No public presentations. That brings us back to consent items pulled for discussion. So I pulled item 2H, which is action on design professional services agreement with Alta Planning and Design for the Prune Ridge Avenue Complete Streets Plan Project and related budget amendments. And I know that we continued this item sometime earlier in the year when the pandemic hit because we were not able to do a lot of public outreach about Prune Ridge Avenue. I just know by experience and living in that area, around that area, that there's a lot of very strong opinions both ways on the Prune Ridge Avenue Complete Streets Plan. And I just wanted to make sure that if we do move ahead with this, because we're getting a grant, that I'm just worried that we're going to get the appropriate amount of public input for this. And I just don't want to have public input by Zoom because there's so many people that are not on Zoom and not able to participate. So I'm worried about that, and I'm also worried that the traffic counts are, of course, nowhere where they used to be because that has a tremendous amount of traffic, especially as one of the gateways to Apple Computer there, the Apple campus. But there's so much traffic there, and I read through the staff report that the traffic counts are going to be estimated. So I'm just not sure how you can estimate what was the nightmare that was there before, and then proceed ahead with something with the data that's not quite real-time data, right? I mean, real. I'm not say accurate. It's going to be projected data. So those are the things I'm worried about. Of course, I don't want to lose the money for the grant to get some of the work done, but I just don't want it to be a foregone conclusion just because we have the grant money that we're not, having the appropriate outreach to the public on this issue, especially in that corridor there, which is, again, it's one of those issues that's very, very sensitive, and I want to make sure that we deal with it in a proper way. So, city staff, if we move ahead with this, how can we be assured that we're going to get the appropriate input, and what happens if we put it off until we are able to get real-time traffic data and data to make this decision going forward?
Thank you, Mayor. Craig Mobeck is on the line and he'll be able to respond to those questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Director Mobeck, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good evening. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. So I had put together a few slides that will address some of your questions and some of the concerns expressed. And so if we can pull up that slide presentation and go to start with slide number 2. Okay, and so just to orient everybody, this is for a project study on Prune Ridge Avenue. Again, like you mentioned, there's a lot of opinions out there. This is just going to study options. It's not committing anything, and it's not going to build anything. We're just going to review all the different options. And it's on Prune Ridge from Winchester to Pomeroy. So as you recall, we had done a conversion on Pomeroy to the Cupertino border. And now we're considering options for Pomeroy to Winchester Boulevard. So if we go to the next slide, this just covers some of the concerns that were raised in April due to the shelter in place, in which the mayor mentioned concerns with how we'd be doing the traffic counts because volumes are low, as well as the inability to hold public meetings. And so on the next slide, I'll go through some of the information that we have on how we'll do data collection. And so, yes, the traffic volumes have decreased significantly, and there's approximately 22 intersections that need to be studied for the project. So in looking at the data counts, what we'll do is we have recent historical data pre-COVID for 10 intersections. And so what we looked at options for doing is collecting the latest data for all 22 intersections, and then comparing the 10 historical intersections with the recent data, and we can calibrate those intersections to be able to see how off they are from what they should be, and then we can apply those calibrations to the other intersections as well. So that's going to give us the best case in analyzing the data. And so if there is, changes and opportunities, with traffic flows to go back and do things later, I think we'll have to consider that. But in the meantime, we'll be able to get, I think, some fairly accurate data in calibrating it that way. Moving on to the next slide, we'll talk about outreach. So we do have a significant amount of outreach in this project. We do understand there's a lot of different opinions out there, and we do want to hear everybody. And so what we've set up is a total of 15 different events using, internet platforms with stakeholder groups, social media, YouTube, Facebook Live, city boards, community workshops using Zoom or Teams. We talked about postcard mailings, setting up a project website, having a phone number, hotline, as well as online survey. And we even looked at the option of putting in some sidewalk details, which will provide some information to the public on the project as well. And so that covers the data collection and outreach. And then just on the next slide, wanted to run through quickly on the schedule, because that question came up. So there's a lot to this project, and it takes a lot of time to put everything together, as well as get all the input from the public. And so we basically start that by entering in the contract with Alta, and then in early 21 going out, doing all the community stakeholder interviews, starting to get information, setting up the website, workshops as well. Into spring, we move into a lot of the data collection, doing the parking studies, looking at all the traffic information and the volumes that we have, developing some conceptual designs, costs, and performing additional outreach. And then in the summer of 21, we then further work on completing the whole corridor analysis, doing additional outreach on that, again, just to let people know that we've heard them, we have the information, here's some of the concepts that we're coming up with, here's the information that we have. We move into the fall of 21 with additional workshops. We do some modeling based on all the data we have to see how those options would potentially work out in real time. We go back out in spring of 22 as follow-up workshops, engage again with the BPAC, which we will be doing through this process as well. Then we will get their input, move forward with a final recommendation, and come back to City Council in 2022. In terms of the grant itself, we were able to get a 1-month extension. So it originally was February of 22. We were able to get it to March of 22. We looked at if there was any opportunities to complete the project in those timelines. There are not, and so that's why we look at about potentially 5 months of work that may not be reimbursable. I think we estimated that at potentially $25,000 if there's no further delay. But I do want to point out, we're actively engaging Caltrans on this. As the pandemic moves along and then we continue with the restrictions, we do hope that there is opportunity to further extend this grant so we can we won't be in jeopardy of that losing that $25,000. And so basically what we roll into is just our next steps and the kind of a summary of our schedule. So if we go to the next slide, what we do is just, enter in to this agreement. We'd start with our kickoff meetings with the consultant, start getting everything laid out, jump right into the public outreach, and then start with our data collection. So those are really the next steps that we would begin if council decides to move forward with this agreement. And so that concludes the slides. If there's any questions, we're definitely available to answer those.
Thank you. I just have a couple, and then I have some council members that would like to ask. So, Director Mobeck, you said that you had some historical data from 10 intersections. Was that more recent data prior to the pandemic?
Yeah, those are within in a few years prior to COVID. So we're comfortable with the data that we have on those 10 intersections, but there are the 12 where we do not have data. And those are the ones we'd look to calibrate with the 10 that we have.
Because in the area, it changed dramatically when Apple opened. So I don't know if your data is prior to Apple opening or not, because that's going to be make a huge difference there. So I would be interested in that. And then the second thing is, if we're in the process and things start to develop where there's the vaccine and people are heading back to work and other things, is there an opportunity during this time to collect more recent data during this whole process if available?
Yeah, so I think, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because I'm just concerned about that 10 intersection data if that was taken before Apple opened their campus.
Yeah, so with regards to that, my understanding is that information includes the Apple because it's within the past couple of years. So that does cover that question. And then oh, my phone's ringing, so.
Stop calling him, everyone.
Exactly. They're not supposed to be calling me now. And then, sorry, I just lost, your second question was?
Oh my gosh, I forgot my second question. It was about the data from Apple, and would there be an opportunity during the outreach period if we had the opportunity to do a more current traffic study between now and summer of 2022?
Yes, yeah, that's what it was. Thank you. Yeah, and I think always we will be watching, what happens with COVID if restrictions, become lifted and we get back to normal. At that time, I think we can evaluate where we're at and look at those options of doing additional traffic studies. And at the same time, if we go forward with that, obviously we'll have to look at our schedule and what impacts that may have. But certainly there are opportunities to do that if things change significantly, just to make sure that the data is applicable. But again, it could have some impacts to schedules and costs, but definitely an opportunity to do that.
And how generous, they gave us a 30-day extension. That's so nice during this pandemic. How nice of them. I'm hoping, as you said, we can keep continuing to ask for more time during this but, in terms of this grant, because again, this is it's a sensitive issue. It's one that many, many people that live along that Prune Ridge corridor from Winchester to, past Lawrence Expressway, again, people have, as you know, have very strong opinions about this. So I want to make sure they're heard. And I agree with the outreach plan that we have to take what you put there and even amplify that along that corridor there. Because what happens is that when people there's so much traffic on Prune Ridge, they start taking the side streets like Forbes and Homestead and Mauricia and Stevens Creek and others. So it just impacts everything around there. So I want to make sure we do a careful study, and the outreach is very, very extensive. So I have some council members, Councilmember Hall, followed by Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Mobach, about the report. And I had the same question about how to extrapolate the data, like when we do not have the data with Apple coming into the picture. And one thing in the staff report, it mentioned that they will not be taking data for all 22, which you mentioned in your report, that they will be taking data from all 22. So I'm happy about that. That will give them some baseline extrapolation comparing the data for those all the 22 points. So you're right. My first question is, will they be taking all the traffic data again for all 22?
Yeah, so the traffic data that we have for the 10 intersections does include Apple. And so we will be getting the current data for all 22 intersections. Okay. And then what we'll do is we will take the 10 intersections that we have. We know the new data is going to be less, and we will come up with some percentages of how much it differs, the old data and the new data. And then we will take those percentages and be able to apply those to the additional 12 intersections to bring the current data up to kind of what I'll say the typical traffic volumes that we expect to see there.
Okay, perfect. So that I'm happy with that you will be taking the traffic studies for the 10 previous data points also, because that will give us a apples to compare and give us a proper extrapolation studies, basically. Yeah, okay, that's helpful. And keeping in view, because most of the meetings have been done now, I'm sure you mentioned detailed plan about contacting our residents, but most of the meetings are planned via online. So there are some additional costs which were requested. So can we talk to the vendor so that we do not pay extra cost, keeping in view the online meetings are much less costlier than arranging on-site meetings? So that's my point. Let's talk to them, and if we can save our $25,000, that would be nice. And my third point is, I would like to keep going back to Caltrans. That extension of 1 month is nothing in this period. Like, everybody knows what's going on. So if we can take another few months of extension or 6 months of extension, that would be great. Like, we should not drop the ball, and we should engage them with them properly for all the extensions for that, to save some dollars to our point. Yeah, that's it. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And sure. And with regards to the budgets and the outreach, so we have an outreach budget in the contract. Now, the outreach is going to be different. So we're going to end up doing more of it because we're doing it a different way. But they only charge for the hours worked. So in the end, if there is a savings on that component, the city will realize that. Okay. So that is a positive. And then on the other note there, we definitely will be pursuing the extension with Caltrans. Yeah, we haven't given up on that. I'm hopeful that because the pandemic has lingered, that they will be receptive to increasing the duration further. So we won't give up on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So Craig, when you said, I saw your plan of action here, when you were going to blanket the corridor, can you possibly get me a hold of a map or something of the area that you really intend to blanket? Because as the mayor stated, the cross streets going into this corridor are extremely important, and those people have a lot to say, as she already told you. When this happened to us the last time, it was a nightmare for the council. With it, there was no community outreach, and one of the meetings, and I think Councilmember O'Neill can attest to this one, was at Central Park Library before you came, and it was really horrific. So I believe that if you're going to do this major outreach, that I would really like to see who you're planning on having these conversations with, because they come near and far. Those side streets are very important, and I know that we put the traffic light at Cronin to slow down the impact of what was happening. There was a school, Eisenhower was there, that helped. But at the same time, it's like a race car from Pomeroy down to Kylie. And I believe there was a fatality off of Kylie. I'm just really concerned about how much time you're really going to put into the community outreach. And I understand under COVID, it is going to be an issue because, travel has changed since the lockdown of March. And now we're back in the purple zone again. So it's going to happen again. So I'm kind of really concerned about the outreach. And I know that I'm not going to be here for a lot of this. You're going into 2022, but I'm just hoping that we're able to really get a lot of information. And I know that it's very important to people. And I know that Zooming is going to be hard for people to really get engaged with you. So I wish you all the best, but I'm just thinking that this is going to be a lot more work than I think y'all think it's going to be going forward. So those are my comments. I hope that this has helped. I don't know about the 10 intersections, what that's going to produce for you, but if that's the plan of action, I'm behind that. So thank you.
Yeah, and definitely we can, we can follow up with the council in terms of the outreach boundaries. I mean, typically we're looking at that whole corridor and outreaching a half a mile on each side of it, and doing that a couple times. And we'll set up the website and phone numbers. But certainly, as we put together our communications plan, I'm happy to share with council to show kind of the boundaries of where we'll be sending out the outreach.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Davis.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have an e-comment. Assistant City Clerk, if you'd like to read.
The e-comment is by Susan Hinton. It reads, if the city embraces transparency, why does the Prune Ridge Design Agreement contain Section 11, which, under the title Confidentiality of Materials, states that everything including all ideas, memoranda, specifications, plans, manufacturing procedures, data drawings, descriptions, documents, discussions, or other information developed or received by or for contractor, and all other written information submitted to contractor shall be held confidential by contractor, nor be disclosed. End of comment.
Director Mobeck, would you like to answer that if you can? I don't
Well,
understand it.
Yeah, certainly all the information that comes through the city is open to the Public Records Act. So
Right.
All that information is available. We have nothing to hide with that information.
You're talking about anything that might belong to the contractor? Is the contractor's work? I don't understand. City Attorney, is that normal?
I listened to the recitation of it. It sounds like our standard language in our standard contract. That doesn't mean that the reports and things like that come out of the work, the contractor's work, won't be public and transparent. It's just that certain contractors like to protect their proprietary material.
Whether they legally can or not.
Well, we're not talking about those contractors.
We've been through this before. Okay, thank you. But anything the city does is public record. Okay, so do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? All right, seeing none, is there a motion? I know the Director of Public Works has heard all of our comments and concerns and everything else, communication plans and everything. We want to make sure that we widely communicate this so that we can get everyone's opinion and feedback as to what they think about what should happen with Prune Ridge Avenue. So is there a motion to move this forward? Start the
Motion
study?
to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a second by Councilmember Watanabe. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Moback, for bringing all this information and answering all our questions. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so next on the agenda, we have Council Member, Authority Member Davis, who pulled items 2Y, A, and B, which are Stadium Authority items. It's report and action on the stadium manager's request to execute an agreement with the Silicon Valley Business Journal and the Stadium Authority's response.
Mayor, I could just
thank you,
provide a
Mayor.
summary if you'd like. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Davis.
Oh, okay. Yes. Stadium Authority Executive Director. Yeah, if you can give me some information, because I have a question.
Do you want me to just respond to your question or just summarize what the action is?
Why don't you
Okay,
summarize
just
and
go
then...
ahead and summarize.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So item A are the materials that the stadium manager submitted for the board's consideration. There's an email that outlines their plans, and there's also a rate agreement in an amount up to $10,800. We did review the documentation, and item B is our summary of our findings, and we found that they do mention that the email blast have a targeted reach for purposes of establishing campaigns to focus on non-NFL catered events that they believe can take place up to 12 months, recognizing that there is some flexibility required for COVID and the restrictions. They mentioned that their e-blast campaign for each event is at about $5,400. And that it's, if you don't do the blast, we don't have to, the Stadium Authority doesn't have to spend the dollars. We did review and determine that the supporting documents for this scope of work are complete and are in order. Basically, it's a standard procurement that rate agreement that even the city would use for purposes of getting out messages.
Authority Member Davis?
Okay, thank you. It's just that I know that this agenda was put together prior to the announcement by the governor. And I was wondering why there was an urgency to have this done when I'm not seeing non-NFL events come quickly. And the fact that it's a local, Silicon Valley Business Journal is very local. So, if you're going to get some exclusive deal on this, I could maybe understand, but I just didn't understand the urgency for this for $10,000. That's all. And if you feel that the procurement on this was done or whatever, I mean, you did the background work. I'm just more inclined to not authorize something like this for $10,000 if there's not an immediate need, that maybe this could be held off or continued to another time. So those were my concerns. But if you seem to think that this is okay, then so be it.
Board member, I just want to respond that I obviously not have had conversations with them about whether this is still important to them or not. We did respond to them last week. I believe we sent an email noting that this item was coming on November 17th. They did submit on October 9th, and at that time, from a COVID context perspective, it was a very different environment where we were moving into orange and possibly looking forward to yellow, and there was a much different environment. So I'm imagining, although I cannot confirm because I've not had those conversations nor have heard from them on that the context has a little bit to deal with it. But all in all, this is, if they don't do it, the dollars don't get spent. And it is part of programming for non-NFL events and does appear complete and standard.
All right, thank you, Authority
Okay,
Member.
so with that being said, then if they're not going to execute the agreement, how long is this agreement for? Because I really didn't get into that detail. So if we are in the purple tier right now and we approve this, you're telling me that no money will be spent until the proper time when that stadium will be open, so that this will be like a contract, like a consulting contract, where we don't pay them until it is executed.
What your action will be to allow for them to execute the rate agreement to spend up to $10,800 as described in their emails and in the staff report. And there is disclosure in their documents that say that the dates may move around. Their original plan in their email says March 2021 and September 2021, depending on COVID. But essentially, once you execute the rate agreement, the dollars are encumbered for that expenditure, and they are authorized then with the Stadium Authority funds to engage in 2 e-blast events. That's the result of the action.
Okay. Well, my gut feeling is to just put this on a continuance until we have a better grip on COVID and the purple tier. So I don't know if anybody's going to back me up on this, but I would just rather take 2Y and AB and just continue until we have a better grip on what's happening with COVID.
Let's go through the authority members and see what the thoughts are. Authority Member O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I understand Member Davis's concerns about it, but one of the things I think that we need to look at is that, we have been looking to try to find a better, more of a marketing strategy, and having read the documents that they submitted, it looks like right now that the emphasis, and I, don't necessarily disagree, is to try to book a lot more of the non full stadium events, which could be a way to help drive more revenue. Obviously, nothing much is going to happen right now, and I think that would be willing to go ahead. It's only it's $10,000, and certainly we want to be very careful with every nickel of our taxpayer money. But with the communication between the staff and the Manco, that we look at what would be an appropriate time. It's like we're almost every day we're hearing more information about what could be the timelines for vaccines, and there's some very promising things there. So I would be willing to go ahead and approve this, and knowing that there would be evaluation as to what kind of timeline we're looking at, because I do feel like we have asked to have more of a plan, and I think that this is part of a plan that they're presenting to try to go out and do a much more effective job at having a more robust approach to getting, people to book events like that are from throughout Northern California, because I think for the non-NFL events, that's a reasonable market to pursue. So I would be willing to support. It's $10,000, and it's not a huge amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Chair. Well, two perspectives. I am actually, I feel the same way as Council Member Davis. My concern is that there is no light at the end of the tunnel right now, and I understand that it's $10,800. You want to keep things in people's minds, you remind them, but at the same time, I don't know. If we knew that there was a date, a date certain that non-NFL events could take place, I would say go for it. But I I would rather wait until we have uh, a timeline where we know that things are going to open up. I would rather hold off uh, spending the money and wait until you know uh, maybe a month or two before we know that things are going to open up again, to remind people that yes, the stadium is here. Yes, there are opportunities. I just, yeah, I would just rather be penny wise and pound foolish at this point, and rather hold off um, spending the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal?
Thank you, Chair. Uh, I agree with the authority member, Teresa O'Neill. Like this amount is $10,800, and stadium executive has already told that if it doesn't happen, if the atmosphere is not there, if they don't use it, it's not being spent anyway. Like if the circumstance is not there, it will not be spent anyway. And to bring this item back and taking another staff time for this thing, we just approved, like in these adverse circumstances, we approved a contract for more than 300K for Prune Ridge. We were not feeling comfortable with it, but we did approve it. So same scenario, we can approve it, and if the circumstance allow, they can use it. If circumstance doesn't allow, this money will not be used as appropriated, basically. So I'm in support of approving this for the stadium authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Board Member Hardy.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Yes, it's
Vice
just fine.
Board Chair Hardy.
Thank you. When I look at this, and we know that in many cases that you need a year or so to plan things, and finally we're getting some movement on doing things the way we're asking for, and because the city manager has looked at this and says that it checks all the boxes, that makes me feel much better. And I would like to be on top of and be at the forefront of any jumping on any type of situation we can book, and why not take our options? So I would like to make the motion to support staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion by Vice Chair Hardy, second by Authority Member Chahal. All right, I think that I'm actually okay with this as long as they're advertising something that's non-NFL. So I'd like to make sure that Executive Director, that we get proof, we get documentation on what was actually advertised. And I know many of us subscribe to the Business Journal, so we'll probably see. I just want to make sure it's used for non-NFL once they have an event, and not any NFL events. So I'm sure that, well, let me ask you, Executive Director, are we authorizing you to sign the agreement with the Business Journal?
So the action is for the authorizing the stadium manager. However, Mayor, Chair,
Yeah.
you raise you raise a good point in that, as you recall, part of the board's action was that we should not make payment unless the documents that support the issuance of these funds are complete. And so while they've already presented a complete rate agreement, the second step is for them to provide complete documentation before we release those funds once
Okay.
they have completed the e-blast. So I do think as some of this conversation has come up, it is more cost effective to authorize this authority, catch the market to book non-NFL events. Hopefully they're not money loser events, but at the same time, it gets us with getting the Levi Stadium out there, and the board as well as the stadium authority is protected in that the funds don't have to be released unless there's supporting documentation.
Okay, that's fine. As long as they're supporting documentation, we can see what they're advertising. And then I had another question. This goes over 2 of their budget years, 2021 and 21-22. So does the money come from 2021? Is that what we're approving right now? Even though they might be spending it in 21-22?
Yeah, it would be similar to how the city has multi-year contracts where you appropriate the funds based on the board approval, and then you target the expenditure as we hear here. One of them was scheduled for March, would be the current fiscal year, and then out in September. That would be the funds would be encumbered in this year.
So do I need to ask the maker of the motion to put anything in the motion that says as long as we see what's advertised, or is that part of the agreement that we are able to see what the stadium authority is paying for in terms of advertising?
We will request that as supporting documentation.
Okay.
We can relate to them that if the board does successfully approve this, that the advertisement and the regular supporting documentation should be submitted.
Okay, because I'm anxious to see what they're advertising. So, okay, very good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion on this? Assistant Stadium Authority Clerk.
Vice Chair Hardy.
Yes.
Board Member O'Neill.
Yes.
Board Member Davis.
No.
Board Member Watanabe.
No.
Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes on a 4-2. All right, thank you. And that was for A and B, correct? We're all right to move on then? Okay, moving on. We are now moving to public hearing general business. The first item is item number 3, 20-744, public hearing actions on amendments to the Tasman East specific plan to replace a proposed street extension for Calle del Sol with pedestrian and bicycle paseo, allow for alternate methods of trip reduction, and correct a clerical error in the plan regarding the affordable housing requirement, to amend the transit neighborhood zoning district to allow certain non-residential uses within the first 3 floors of mixed-use buildings, and to correct an error regarding permissible density ranges, and to override an airport land use commission determination of inconsistency with the SJC Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Wow, that's a lot of things in one public hearing. So this is an actual public hearing, right, City Attorney? So I'm going to open the public hearing. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, and we have a presentation. Our planning manager, Rena Brio, will be giving the presentation tonight.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Great, thank you. Good evening, I'm Rena Brio, Planning Manager in Community Development, and tonight's item considers changes to the Tasman East Specific Plan and Transit Neighborhood Zoning District to address hurdles identified with the specific plan as it was originally adopted, as well as to further the implementation of Tasman East as a new dynamic, high-density mixed-use neighborhood in North Santa Clara. I told you about those before. This item has involved a lot of interdepartmental work, including staff from CDD, Public Works, and Water and Sewer. Can we advance the next slide?
No.
For some background, the Tasmania specific plan was adopted by the City Council in November of 2018, and the environmental clearance for the plan was achieved through an environmental impact report. The specific plan allows for sites within the boundaries to be redeveloped to provide a maximum of 4,500 residential units with infrastructure, 10 acres of parks, and greenways to support this neighborhood. About a year after adoption, staff became aware that a part of the plan could not be implemented as proposed. This aspect was the proposed northward extension of an existing local street called Calle del Sol. In August of 2019, the City Council approved an analysis that would look at switching that proposed street extension into a pedestrian and bicycle paseo. The commemoration of that change is part of what is being considered tonight. Can you advance the next slide? There has been robust development activity to implement the adopted specific plan. To date, there are 4,484 units that have been approved or in file, and this relates to 11 development applications. Next slide. Shown on the slide is the land use plan from the adopted Tasman East specific plan. You'll see in hatching along the center of the plan an extension planned for the street Calle del Sol. And that's the main charge for tonight's item. Also tonight, developers in the specific plan have indicated an interest to have more flexibility with site-wide TDM measures that were called out originally in the plan. We're also wanting to correct a clerical error where text in the specific plan doesn't reflect the affordable housing standards that were adopted with the specific plan and a subsequent ordinance. As we work through implementation of the plan, developers have expressed interest to bring on daycare, preschool uses, as well as co-working. And given the high density nature in Tasman East, there's an interest to locate these uses above the first floor, but we need to amend the transit neighborhood zoning district to make that happen. Next, please. This aerial shows Tasman East, which is not quite representative of what's going on today, as we have some demolition of buildings that have taken place and one complete 100% affordable housing development, the St. Anton project, which is under construction. However, it shows the location of the city's Primavera sewer pump station, which is right at the northern terminus of where Calle del Sol and Calle de Luna meet. You'll notice that the pump station is right in the midst of where Calle del Sol was proposed to be extended as a continuous street. Next. Thank you. The specific plan included the street extension on the land use plan. At the time of the specific plan's adoption, the pump station was anticipated to be undergrounded within the new street section or relocated to another site within the Tasman East specific plan boundaries. Next, please. We've worked closely with the Department of Water and Sewer to understand the station's operational needs. Undergrounding the pump station at its current location was determined to be infeasible due to safety concerns for staff maintaining the facility. In addition, it would be difficult to perform routine maintenance in the public right-of-way, which would require the closure of the intersection of Calle del Sol and Calle de Luna. The city's Public Works Department hired Woodard and Curran consultants to perform a complete engineering study to assess all the needs and requirements to determine where to locate the pump station. And the relocation of the pump station include an analysis of sewer flows, the extent that reconstruction of sewer lines would be needed to redirect flows to a new location, and connections to sewer mains, and really identifying those locations within the plan area that met all these requirements. The city evaluated these alternative locations, and some of them were on sites that were being contemplated for development. The potentially affected developers indicated that the relocation of the pump station on their properties would have a significant impact on many of their proposals which were already submitted to the city. The developer group proposed an alternative so that the pump station could be retained in its current location with upgrades, added architectural screening, and a reconfiguration of the Calle del Sol extension to make it a lively public and pedestrian and bicycle paseo. Next, please. In August 2019, City Council approved analysis to study the pedestrian and bicycle paseo alternative further. And the charge was to refine the analysis to maintain the pump station at the current location, reduce its footprint as much as feasible, and to add architectural screening. Next. Tonight's specific plan amendment changes the street extension to a paseo. And also included is on the land use diagram, the continuation of required ground floor retail throughout the paseo, except where it is immediately adjacent to the pump station. And there, only active ground floor uses are required. Spaces like a fitness room, lobby, or bike repair area are examples of active uses. Next, please. Within the specific plan amendment, you'll find cross-sections of the pedestrian bicycle paseo. I need to share that this space actually has a lot of objectives. First of all, it's compromised of private property, and it will have a public access easement over it. This allows the public to have access, but also retains the maintenance responsibilities with the property owners. Beyond serving pedestrians and cyclists, the paseo also feeds lines into the pump station. The space also has the dual function of serving as an emergency vehicle access to serve the high-density residential development that's occurring along the paseo. So what's included in the paseo is a 12-foot pedestrian path and an 8-foot bicycle path that will provide north-south bicycle lanes. In addition, are 14 feet pedestrian realms along the east and western borders of the paseo. These more fluid spaces are where there will be street trees planted and ample room for pedestrians to meander. In the middle of the paseo is an outdoor seating grove. And similarly, in that plan area in different sections of the paseo, there'll be a great lawn area for unstructured activity. This space is intended to be a gathering area, and the property owners will be providing up to 8 public events, which will be free and open to the public annually. Next, please. The southern cross-section includes the pump station itself and has pedestrian realms on the east and west border, a pedestrian zone, and bicycle lanes. Next, please. Note the aerial renderings of the paseo. This paseo has been carefully designed as a place to linger. Ensemble Development has entitled the northwest corner of the paseo with a residential development and ground floor retail, which is currently proposed as a brew pub. Note on the western edge, it looks like a solid blank wall, and that's just done to show massing of future buildings which have not yet been proposed. And I can guarantee you they're not going to be blank walls. It's going to be an attractive interface. Note that the differentiation of spaces that are including the seating grove, the distinction of pavement between the pedestrian areas and bicycle path, and there will be strung lighting with accent lighting to create a unique nighttime environment. Next, please. Left shows images of the north view shot through the station's enclosure trellis. And as you can see, it creates a more intimate gallery environment. The right image shows mural art on the north elevation of the pump station and a view of the great lawn that's going to be available for unstructured enjoyment. Next, please. You're viewing the east elevation of the pump station enclosure that includes art installations. Next, please. This perspective depicts north and eastern elevations, showing how a gallery space is created with the trellis canopy and art installations. Next, please. And this depicts the lantern effect of the pump station when it's lit at night. Next, please. The long-term maintenance of the paseo is proposed to be achieved through the formation of a property owners association, which will be responsible for maintenance of the paseo and pump station enclosure and the programming of events on the paseo. As I mentioned before, the property owners are responsible for 8 events which will be open to the public annually. Activities you may find on the Paseo include movie nights or farmers markets. It's really an ideal space for programming as it's close to vehicular traffic. Staff is also recommending the formation of a Shell Community Facilities District as an additional measure to secure maintenance in the long term. Next, please. We held a virtual community meeting on August 10th, which was well attended with residents from throughout the city. Many were excited about the Paseo, but we received feedback, which we incorporated, and then held a follow-up community meeting on August 17th to share those improvements. Originally, ground floor was proposed to only be located on the corners of the Paseo, and we received community feedback that ground floor retail should be located throughout the Paseo. We spoke to the developers in Tasman East, which felt confident in retail viability throughout the Paseo as a unique place, and we've added that required ground floor retail throughout the land use plan diagram within the Paseo. We received feedback that the enclosure design needed improvement and art elements were included to add visual interest. Also from the community, we received feedback that the bicycle path needed to be designed to prevent conflict with pedestrians, and differentiated pavement was added. Next, please. The community also provided a request for art pads, splash pad, and or play area to be added. And art pads were added throughout, and there's a children's activity area that was added to the south of the Great Lawn. Next, please. Also a part of this amendment is a proposed change to the specific plan language, which requires that after 3,000 occupants reside in Tasman East, that smart passes be provided to all residents. Smart passes provide public transit access. And rather than requiring smart passes to be provided, a request was made by the developer group to provide more flexibility to instead allow alternative site-wide TDM measures, such as a community shuttle that could take residents to Caltrain or BART stations or other major destinations instead offering rent subsidies, which would be provided to residents taking on a wide variety of alternative transportation activities in addition to public transit, such as individuals who are cycling. Next, please. At the November 2018 City Council meeting, in addition to adopting the specific plan, the Council introduced an ordinance which added a section to the city's affordable housing ordinance that would be specific to Tasman East. That ordinance tied affordable housing requirements to project density. And due to an oversight, page 12 of the specific plan itself was never updated to reflect the tiered affordability structure that was contained in this ordinance. The proposed amendment would make a technical correction to page 12 of the specific plan, so it would conform to the council's original intended approval and to the subsequent ordinance, which was approved. Next, please. Tonight, we are proposing amendments to the Transit Neighborhood Zoning District, which is the district in Tasman East. Developers are interested in including daycare, preschool, and co-working uses in their projects, but due to the high density nature of these buildings, it makes the ground floor very tight as much activity happens on the ground floor, such as access into garages as well as lobby space. So allowing the first 3 floors within this high density mixed use projects to allow these uses, such as co-working, preschool uses, and daycare to occur, will allow Tasman East to really have a variety of supportive services and make this a more complete neighborhood. In addition, the Transit Neighborhood Zoning District currently has a specified maximum density, but it's typical for us to have a density range. So we are also clarifying the minimum allowable density. Next, please. Whenever we make a change to a specific plan or to the zoning code, we want to make sure that we're in alignment with the city's vision. And where we see that vision is in our city general plan. Much of what I talked about tonight fits into the various different strategies and goals of the city's general plan. In particular, the Paseo helps enhance the city's identity. The fact that this is private property allows for the maintenance of the city's fiscal health because the Paseo will be privately maintained, as well as the flexibility for perhaps more usable site-wide TDM measures will allow a reduction on dependence on single occupant vehicles. And allowing daycare and childcare uses in Tasman East in a more flexible way supports our goal of conveniently locating childcare within the community. Next, please. The specific plan amendment achieves its environmental clearance through an addendum to the final environmental impact report that was originally prepared for the specific plan. There is no new significant impacts or worsening of any disclosed significant impacts. Traffic flows have been analyzed to review the placement of Calle del Sol extension with the pedestrian and bicycle paseo, and there was a determination that traffic and circulation in the area and surrounding it will not be adversely affected. Next, please. On August 26th, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended adoption of the addendum to the EIR and amendments to the Transit Neighborhood Zoning District. They also voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the specific plan amendment, but added a requirement to add the formation of the Transportation Management Agency Association as a requirement should smart passes not be provided. Next, please. Since the Planning Commission meeting, new information has been received regarding what a TMA accomplishes versus what the Tasman East Transportation Coordination Group, which is already included as a requirement in the Tasman East specific plan. Hexagon Transportation Consultants reviewed both TMA requirements and the TETCG, and their memo is attached as attachment 9 to the council report. They found that both the TMA and TETCG are comprised of private property owners that will implement specific plans site-wide, support, publicity, incentives to decrease, that is, single occupant vehicle usage. The TETCG and the TMA are functionally similar, and the TETCG has already been established with the participation of developers in Tasman East. And thus, the creation of the TMA is a redundant instrument that would not accomplish different activities or results. Next, please. Pursuant to protocol, the city referred the specific plan amendment to the county's Airport Land Use Commission on September 23rd, 2020. And the ALUC determined that the specific plan amendment was inconsistent with the adopted comprehensive land use plan, otherwise known as the CLUP, for the S.J. Mineta Airport. The ALUC determination was based upon potential noise impacts to a potential school that was included in the specific plan and analyzed through the environmental impact report of the specific plan. As a school is not actually specifically proposed, but was analyzed as an allowable land use. The ALUC did not raise this issue when the city originally adopted the Tasmania specific plan in 2018. And city staff who attended the ALUC hearing on September 23rd, 2020, emphasized to the ALUC that the current amendment was for items unrelated to the potential school site, and that the ALUC had previously reviewed the specific plan, including the potential for a school, and not found it to be inconsistent with the club. Nevertheless, following guidance from the ALUC staff, they considered it to be a de novo hearing, and the ALUC considered the entirety of the specific plan in their determination of inconsistency related to potential impacts related to the school. If you recall, on September 29th of this year, staff received direction from the City Council to prepare a resolution to override the ALUC determination. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt an override of the ALUC determination. The city has made significant progress toward the implementation of the specific plan based on the initial ALUC determination of no conflict. And while the Santa Clara Unified School District has not indicated at this time an intent to develop a school within the specific plan area, land continues to be available, and that could indeed support a future school development. There are other schools that are located close to the specific plan area and even closer to the airport, and they are able to operate compatibly with airport activity. Potential impacts would be addressed through future design and environmental review process for the school, should a school be developed in the future. Per the procedure, staff provided notice to the ALUC of the city's override of their determination, and the ALUC considered their notice at their meeting on October 28, 2020, and made no further comment. Override findings are included in the recommended actions on this item. Next, please. Which takes us to the recommendations, which is to adopt the addendum to the final environmental impact report, override the ALUC's determination of inconsistency, amend the Tasman East specific plan, amendment number 1, to allow the proposed street extension with the multimodal paseo, allow for alternate methods of trip reduction, and to correct clerical errors in the plan regarding affordable housing requirements, and to introduce an ordinance to amend the transit neighborhood zoning district to allow certain non-residential uses within the first 3 floors of mixed-use buildings, and to correct an error regarding permissible density ranges. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you very much. That was very, very comprehensive. Thank you, Rena. I have a couple hands up for questions, comments. Vice Mayor Hardy, followed by Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Rena, first off, I hear really cute noise behind you, and I think it's adorable.
Sorry about that.
No, it's happy noise, and I say that as a grandma, so I mean that. So they sound cute. I appreciate you being so comprehensive, because I was confused as to why alternative 4, where it had a bunch of the Planning Commission recommendations, were not incorporated in the recommendation. You explained why the Transportation Management Association is not needed and would be redundant. I appreciate that. But then there was also a concern. It said correct a clerical error in the plan regarding the affordable housing requirements.
Yes.
Was that, I didn't hear if that was specifically addressed in what you said, and that was my concern.
Yeah, so I did speak to that issue, but there's a lot here, so I understand.
I apologize.
Yeah, no, there's a lot here. When we brought this specific plan forward in 2018, the affordable housing requirements were approved through the specific plan, as well as through a ordinance, which amended the city's citywide affordable housing ordinance to really call out Tasman East as a unique place and to consider affordable housing on a tiered system that really incentivized density. And that ordinance was adopted, it's in effect. The specific plan text did not, and this happens sometimes when we take items to hearing and then they change kind of, at City Council. And so the actual specific plan text was not updated when the item went to council. And so what we just want to do is make sure that page 12, which refers to the affordable housing requirements, refers back to the city's affordable housing ordinance as it was amended to include the Tasman East specific plan.
Perfect, thank you. And I appreciate how much feedback from the neighborhood that was put into this plan. It looks much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I wasn't sure if I was unmuted or not. Okay, thank you, Rena. I know this was a very long report, and I appreciated. I also attended the August 10th community meeting online, even though I didn't participate, but it gave me just some good insight as to what was being proposed, and the whole issue about the pump station, which was uh, understandable that something had to be done with it once it couldn't be buried. Let me ask you, Rena, I haven't been able to ascertain how big exactly is the paseo. Uh, it was hard for me to figure that out.
Yeah, I don't have square footage for you, but let me try and see if we can pull up the image that might. It's really the length of a city block, and it's between the extension of the paseo. The paseo itself will be between Calle del Luna and Calle del Mundo on Calle del Sol. So I wish I had an actual length for you.
Well, I mean, if it's anything like a New York City block, that's like a tenth of a mile. I believe it's usually about a tenth of a mile.
It might be a little bigger out here, actually.
Well, oh, okay, okay. Well, so that's a good size, and I like the proposals to add in and make good use, and seeing how the property owners are going to be involved as well, and the exploration of TDM measures. I mean, it sounds like you have taken everything, the staff has taken everything into consideration, and the developers, and put it all together in a nice package. And actually, I like the recommendations, the 4 recommendations that staff is proposing, and I wanted to go ahead and just make a motion to recommend the 4 items. I don't know if I have to read them, but I know that they're the alternatives, I should say, are 1, 2, 3, and 5. I wanted to request approval of
Close the public
alternatives
hearing.
1, 2, 3, and 5.
Close the public hearing first.
Okay.
Can we close the public hearing
closed.
first?
Yes, of course. I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing.
Wait, let's see, do we have any public comment on this? I don't see any, so, all right, we have a motion to close the public hearing before your motion, Councilmember Watanabe. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that passes unanimously. Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Councilmember Chahal.
Okay, thank you again, Mayor. Yes, so based on, the review and attending the meeting back on August 10th, and the recommendation from staff and the alternatives proposed, I would like to make a motion to approve the alternatives 1, 2, 3, and 5 as in the memorandum that's in our packet.
City Attorney, would you like her to read all those items?
I think it would help the folks at home know what we're doing.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
Councilmember Watanabe, if you wouldn't mind reading the 4 items.
Of course. So item number 1 is to adopt a resolution to adopt the addendum to the 2018 Final Environmental Impact Report Tasman East Specific Plan. Number 2 is to adopt a resolution to override the Airport Land Use Commission's determination of inconsistency to the San Jose Mineta International Airport's comprehensive land use plan for the Tasman East Specific Plan Amendment number 1. And number 3 is to adopt a resolution to amend the Tasman East Specific Plan, which is amendment number 1, or amendment number 1, to replace a proposed street extension for Calle del Sol with a multimodal paseo, allow for alternate methods of trip reduction, and correct a clerical error in the plan regarding the affordable housing requirements. And number 5 is to introduce an ordinance to amend the transit neighborhood zoning district to allow certain non-residential uses within the first 3 floors of a mixed-use building and to correct an error regarding permissible density ranges. And that's it.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Councilmember O'Neill, second in the motion. Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rena, for the detailed report. I do have some questions, pretty easy questions. Let me start with the first one. You mentioned that there will be, I think, up to minimum 8 events in a calendar year. So what happens for events which are more than 8? Who organizes them? Like, who will be responsible for working out the formalities to arrange more if we have more than 8 events?
Yeah, so the Property Owners Association is responsible for fully funding and marketing 8 events for the public. However, more events could be available on the Paseo. That would take the approval of the Property Owners Association because this is on private property with a public access easement over it. But those events could certainly occur, but that will need to be a separate approval process.
Okay. So, and we do not have the formalities and details of how the approval process would be. Like, I'm thinking of, let's say they have a farmer's market every month, and those will be like more than 8 events anyway, twice a month or so. So would they be considered an event, or they will be, they can hold those farmers market more than 8 times on that?
Yeah, so there is definitely no limit on the number of events that they can host. It's more that the city is requiring that they fully fund a minimum of 8.
Right. Okay. My concern is, what if they say, oh, they do not have finances to manage more than 8 and they don't have the activity over there? How we control it? Because this is the Paseo is very good. It looks very good. The visuals look very good, and it can be a very good place for 4,500 residential units to have a good community events. So I would like to see like how we can make it more lively, not restrict to 8, but how we can engage the community into more engaging and more pedestrian oriented events down the line. That's my, if we can work out that would be great. It should not be restricted to 8 only.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Shahal. I just want to clarify that it's not a restriction at all on 8 events. It's just an obligation that they fund and market 8. So more events can certainly happen on the Paseo. It just won't necessarily be the financial requirement for the developers, or I should say the property owners to be responsible for.
Okay. And I do have a question regarding, if you have the numbers, that would be good. You held 2 virtual meetings on August 10 and August 19, and there was an item which came before us earlier, and we were talking about how much attendance will be there on a virtual events like those, to hear back from the. Do you know the attendance on those 2 events was? What was the attendance on those?
You know, off the top of my head, I'm thinking there were about 25 to 30 individuals who attended the first meeting. And then the second meeting were about 10 individuals who were really interested to see how the feedback had been incorporated.
Okay. And I appreciate the feedback, how the feedback was incorporated. That's a very good result of the holding these meetings, basically. My next question is regarding the smart passes. So I'll club smart passes, TMA and TETCG, basically. So first of all, I know Planning Commission wanted TMA, and then we found out that TETCG is basically the same thing what they were trying to achieve with TMA. So what are the goals? What are the broader goals of TETCG for the community?
Yeah, so a TMA or a TETCG, this was specific to Tasman East, is putting really onerous on these private property owners to promote transit use, alternative forms of transportation, to reduce the number of single occupant vehicles that are going in and out of the Tasman East area. This is often facilitated by a single point of contact for the entire area. They'll have marketing materials that they share, so it's not just one project that's creating these marketing materials. They'll be shared throughout the entire Tasman East area. And really, the smart passes are one example of a TDM. And where the request was for flexibility was more that we don't limit the TDM, the site-wide TDM, to just require smart passes, that other activities could be considered as well, such as a community shuttle or rent subsidies that incentivize people to really do anything other than driving their car. So I think in light of COVID, and there are some concerns right now about just renters taking public transit, that focusing all the energy, and it's quite costly, just on smart passes may not have the same yield or even the same draw as, say, offering individuals rent subsidies for their alternative transportation choices, or by giving individuals an option for a commuter shuttle.
So my point is, how will we judge? What are the standard parameters? Like, okay, you have to do this thing, minimum this. So where do we define that? That, okay, we need VMT, vehicle mile travel, minimum of this standard, or minimum of that standard. And if you don't do that, then we have to do the smart passing. That's why I'm looking at like details, like what are the goals basically?
Yeah, so within the Tasman East Specific Plan EIR, we have a variety of different TDM measures that are getting implemented as part of the specific plan. And each of the projects that come online have to actually propose their own TDM program, and also how it relates to the site-wide TDM program. The TETCG is allowing for this coordination to happen at the neighborhood level, so that really there can be an efficient use of resources, so that communication is consistent, and there's a single point of contact, which can be very hard for just one project to bear on its own. But obviously the collection of all these projects could hire a full-time individual who's responsible for coordinating and market information. So in terms of this particular aspect that's being requested to be modified, and I just want to clarify that the request of the specific plan isn't to remove the requirement for smart passes. It's to allow other alternatives, such as a community shuttle or rent subsidies, to be considered as well. It's to provide other options beyond just the smart passes.
Okay, and they will have to define this thing under the TETCG, and staff will review those according to the EIR basically before finally give a go ahead to that. Okay, good. And coming back to the community shuttle basically. So how are we envisioning this thing? Because we do not have a concept of community shuttle as of today. So are we envisioning this thing, let's say we run that within the northern area or whole of a city? Are we envisioning this thing to be the developers or the whole community of 4,500 units should pay a fair share of expenses on that? How are we planning to do that?
So that's a really good question, Councilmember Shahal. So right now in the specific plan, what's being proposed with this amendment is that in lieu of the smart passes, they would provide a community shuttle, perhaps. And that community shuttle is mostly just intended to serve the Tasman East neighborhood and residents, and the main destinations that they might be interested in going to, such as Caltrain I mentioned. Now, we are working on the Patrick Henry specific plan And we know that there's some other, big scale developments happening in North Santa Clara. And within the Tasman East specific plan, we actually have language already that's been adopted that says if a TMA for really northern Santa Clara, so the larger region of North Santa Clara, gets established, that it would require the participation of the property owners in Tasman East. So that really gets triggered when other developments happen. But right now, the community shuttle alternative that's being discussed is really just to serve the Tasman East neighborhood.
Okay, and that's very good. Like they starting with something that they themselves, but we have put a condition. If something extended comes, then they have to participate on that. That I'm happy about that. That's good. Okay. My next question is related to the school site. I know we have discussed about this thing under the airport ACLU, whatever the acronym was. So do we have a designated school site on this 45 acre right now, which we envision that can be a site for a school?
No, we have not designated on the land use plan a specific school site. What we did was recognizing that the school district was potentially interested in one day building a school within Tasman East. We analyzed that in our environmental impact report so that should they be interested in developing a school site in the future and obtain a property, purchase it, they would actually have a much easier path because the environmental analysis would have already considered things like traffic and other things that would help the school advance. But we do not know of a specific school site that the school is interested in purchasing out here. They're looking at a variety of different options in North Santa Clara, as I've been made aware.
Okay, so the site is not designated within the 45 acres of Tasman East plan, basically.
Correct.
Okay, got it. But if that happens within this Tasman East plan, would we be having enough open space as required under our plan? I'm hypothetically asking that question.
Yeah. So I'm so sorry. I apologize for the background noise. Just hold on one second. I'm just trying to move our dog out of this room. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so the Tasman East plan really provides for open space for the residential development, which was the primary intent of the specific plan. I think if a school came online, it would have to meet state standards for open space and the requirements that the state has for schools. And that would probably need to be achieved through the site that they purchased.
Okay, but if let's say hypothetically school district is ready to purchase land, do we have a land in these 45 acres which complies giving that land to the school district as well as making our open parkland standards? That's my question.
I don't think I'd be able to answer that question tonight. I think that's a question we'd have to take back to parks and kind of analyze a little bit more. And of course, it would be related to a particular site that we would be looking at. So I don't think I can answer that question.
Yeah, because that defeats the whole purpose of envisioning a school when we don't even have a land in that site. So, but at least you are making a proposal, but I would love if we had a clear guideline. Yes, we have out of this open land, they can take 5 acres and they will still be good. Okay, but that's not a problem. Okay, so those were my only questions and comments. Appreciate your report. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's see, where were we?
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to make a comment about the school site. I know that during the preparation of the plan, I mean, there were some sites that were kind of tentatively looked at, and there were some ideas put out there about, that recognition that this would probably be more of what we're coming to call like an urban school, and possibly it would be some kind of joint use facility, maybe a small city library, so I think a number of ideas, but So there were some interesting locations that were kind of, there were some discussions about that. So we'll have to wait and see what the school numbers actually, what the student yields are. But I'm kind of curious, this whole thing about the Airport Land Use Commission. So was San Jose saying that they somehow missed that there was a school out there, since they, said that they were eligible to do a de novo review of the project? Did they somehow miss that there was in the plan there was discussion about having a school? Do we know, Rena? Or did
it sounds like the ALUC, I think that they weren't necessarily prepared to understand the specifics of this project, where no additional units are proposed. I don't think that they had the full history of this process and their involvement in it. And I think the fact that when we actually sent our override findings to the ALUC, they provided us no comments. So they're aware that we're interested in overriding these findings.
Okay, because I was just wondering if there were some other motivations at play. But okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Rena, for that very, very comprehensive report. And I'm not sure if you have the next one or not, but let's move into that. It's a public hearing, action on a resolution approving the findings from the Tasman East Specific Plan Infrastructure Impact Fee Nexus Study and setting the rates for the infrastructure impact fee, action on the introduction of an ordinance adding section 17.15.350 to chapter 15 of title 17 of the Santa Clara City Code, and establishment of the Tasman East Infrastructure Improvement Fund and related budget actions. And this is a public hearing, so I'm opening the public hearing. Staff?
So thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. I wanted to make sure everybody could hear me.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So I'll be presenting on this item. I'm here to provide you with a presentation of our proposed infrastructure fee for the Tasman East Specific Plan. And I have about 10 slides to go through today. So if you could please move to slide 2. Okay, so you heard a lot from Rena just a few minutes ago regarding Tasman East. This slide was intended to just provide the council and the public with overall background of what the fee is going to be applicable to. And really, we're applying it to the development that's being proposed as a part of Tasman East. What is important to note is that this proposal for the fee is tied to the action that you just had a minute ago in terms of the Paseo and whatnot. So I wanted to mention that. If we could move to slide number 3. So during coordination meetings with the developer group for Tasman East, there was a proposal to create a city infrastructure impact fee to equitably distribute common infrastructure costs to the various projects that were being proposed within the Tasman East Specific Plan. Staff analyzed that and thought that was a great idea, and we utilized Economic and Planning Systems as our fee consultant. Mr. Jason Moody with EPS is on the call if there are questions for him today. But a few notes on impact fees. So impact fees are one-time fees to be applied to new residential development in this proposal. Fees are paid prior to issuance of building permits. They can be used to finance capital costs, and the fees need to have a reasonable relationship or nexus with the needed improvements. These types of fees are governed under state law, specifically the Mitigation Fee Act, in terms of fee creation, use, and reporting. We could move to slide number 4. So the improvements to be covered by the proposed fee total roughly $29 million and include various items such as Primavera pump station upgrades, storm drainage work, there's water, potable recycled water for the development, pavement repair, the pedestrian bicycle paseo as discussed earlier, some sidewalk work as well as traffic improvements. Please move to the next slide. Also included are some non-construction items, such as some sanitary sewer studies that Rena had mentioned previously, and then also the fee study itself, as well as annual staff costs to administer the fee program. And so if you can move to slide number 6. So with this slide, this is just a tally of all the costs, and we end up with a total of roughly $30.2 million in total costs that are in 2020 dollars. Next slide, please. So with this slide, I did want to show you how the fee is derived, and it's basically a simple formula. What you do is you apply the total cost across the proposed unit count within the Tasmania specific plan, which basically results in a fee of $6,731 per unit. Please move to slide number 8. Next slide. A couple notes or considerations to mention. We did want to ensure that developers can build improvements and receive fee credits or reimbursement as those improvements are done. It's often a better proposal that a developer build improvements along with their projects to facilitate, obviously the need for those improvements, the timely construction of those, and then it has less impact on city staff delivery time. And so this would allow them to build those improvements versus just paying the fee. The fee is proposed to be annually adjusted by the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index for San Francisco. We thought this was important to keep it in line with inflation and escalation as costs tend to rise in construction. The next slide, please. Thank you. So this one's about outreach and coordination. So we did have very close coordination with the Tasmania specific plan developer representatives, bi-weekly meetings, a lot of discussion regarding the fee itself and its timeline. We did create a city website, and we did outreach to the development community in terms of making sure everybody was aware of the fee. It is important to note that the fee does only apply to developments within the Tasmanian area. There may be prospective developers that may be interested in understanding what's going to take place in the property. We did join with planning on mailers to property owners within the boundary of the development as a whole. So that was a great partnership. And then lastly, as this is a new fee, we did two notices in the Santa Clara Weekly notifying the public of today's meeting. So if we can go to the next slide. So in order to create this fee, we did have to create a couple things here. So there is a resolution proposed as a part of the packet. It's to adopt the fee and the nexus study. We do have a new ordinance, and that's basically to establish a city code related to the fee itself. And then of course, some budget actions, establishing a separate fund, recognizing revenue as it comes in and expenditure. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm left with the recommendation slide, and I'll read it. It's a little bit long here, but number 1 is to approve the Tasmania specific plan impact fee and adjust fees annually in line with the construction cost index for San Francisco. Moving to the next one, recommendation 2, adopt a resolution approving the findings of the Tasmania specific plan infrastructure impact fee nexus study, and setting the rates for the infrastructure impact fee. Number 3, approve the introduction of an ordinance adding subsection 17.15.350, the Santa Clara City Code. And lastly, recommendation 4, approve the establishment of the Tasmania's Infrastructure Improvement Fund, Fund 541, to account for the impact fee revenues and projected expenditures and related budget amendments. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I have Councilmember Watanabe followed by Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Michael, for the report as always. I have 2 questions. The first question relates to the amount of fees that will be collected. That's all told, it comes out to a little over $30 million?
Correct, yes.
Okay, okay. And those fees will be collected and used for, just to clarify,
to build all the the improvements that were shown on an earlier slide. We can go slide number 4. So what the creation of this fee allows is, it allows costs to be distributed amongst all the developers. So that way you don't have one developer on one side of the street doing a significant amount of the work while the other developer doesn't necessarily have to do anything. So for instance, with the East, when the EIR was approved, there was analysis built into the environmental document that talked about the need for a water line replacement, introduction of recycled water line. Those types of utilities have common benefit for all the developers in the plan. So the intent is to really distribute costs, and the creation of the fee is where the city gets involved in terms of kind of insisting that that distribution occurs. But we do have developers that are lined up to build the infrastructure along the way. So really, the intent here is to create a structure to equitably distribute costs, as well as to, in some situations, where developers, their fee is a little bit higher than what they're going to build, then they would pay that revenue. And then, of course, we can use some of that money either for a city project, or more likely reimburse other developers as they do come in.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. And then the other question I had relates to, I know two of the projects have that have been approved are affordable housing. They're strictly affordable housing, and so I was wondering then how they are impacted by these fees. I mean, so then, I mean, are they paying the same amount, or are they paying the same amount, basically?
Yes, they are paying the same amount. They've been involved with the discussions as part of the Tasmania Specific Plan group. Since the St. Anton project has moved forward, so we work with them to make sure they understand kind of what is in front of them in terms of their overall exposure in terms of the fee when it comes time to pay it. So at this point, no built-in exclusions or exemptions for people to not pay the fee. As it's intended, because these infrastructure improvements are really intended for the most part to provide capacity.
Yes.
Very sewer work, the pump station work, water line work, as well as some paving work and things like that.
Great. No, thank you for that. I just, I wasn't sure, since they're different types of projects. So it's good to know that everybody's paying the same. And again, it'll all be distributed equitably. With that, this is a public hearing. So do we need to close the public hearing?
Let me see if there's any, is there any public that wants to speak on this? Seeing none, nobody's out there. Okay, yes, close the public hearing.
Okay, motion to close public hearing. Yes.
Okay, motion and a second by Councilmember O'Neill. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Councilmember Watanabe?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, and thank you again, Michael, for the extensive report. I would like to go ahead and move with staff recommendation for alternatives 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'm happy to state each one for the record.
Yes, please.
Okay, alternative 1 is to approve the Tasman East Specific Plan Infrastructure Impact Fee and adjust fees annually in line with the latest construction cost index for San Francisco, as published by Engineering News Record or equivalent, in order to keep up with construction costs and inflation. Number 2 is to adopt a resolution approving the findings from the Tasman East Specific Plan Infrastructure Impact Fee Nexus Study and setting the rates for the infrastructure impact fee. The third one is approve the introduction of an ordinance adding subsection 17.15.350 to the Santa Clara City Code. And the fourth one is to approve the establishment of the Tasman East Infrastructure Improvement Fund, Fund 541, to account for the impact fee revenues and project expenditures, and established a fiscal year 2020-21 impact fee revenue estimate in the amount of $175,757 and appropriate those funds to support fee administration which is $23,757, a sanitary sewer engineering studies in the amount of $132,000, and the Nexus study, which is $20,000. And those are the 4 recommendations.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for the report. I have a couple of questions. One is, what is the schedule of collecting these fees, basically? Like, because the developments are happening at multiple different times. So what would be the schedule of collecting these fees if city has to pursue to provide all these amenities or facilities, basically?
So thank you for the question. The collection of these fees is, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, is due prior to issuance of building permit. However, during the specific entitlements for each of those sites as they come in, what we're doing is we are working with those developers and of course with other city departments to really plan out the infrastructure as it's needed over time. So for instance, some developers may be front loading some of the improvements. Some of this work is still in discussion with developers, but really you wouldn't have, I think the important thing here is to make sure that the improvement is built at the right time. And that means a multitude of things. One of those could be, if you're going to be connecting into a water line, ideally that water line is the new water line, things along those lines. So we don't have a specific schedule because, development, we don't control those schedules, but what we have been doing is working with the developers through conditions of approvals for each of the specific projects as they come in, really phase out the work to make sure that these improvements are going to be done per the requirements of the EIR, as well as to work for the city and for the developers themselves.
Okay, so basically funded as we go, basically.
Correct, funding as you go, but as mentioned earlier, there may be some developers that may want to front some of the work in order to really get that work done, because they may have a specific interest in having that built sooner than others.
Right. So my other question is, there are properties which are not participating in the development right now, and the benefits we are providing under this will be benefit for all the 45-acre land. So what happens to them? Would they be liable to pay for these things down the line? Or let's say they develop after 3 years, they will get a free of these things. So what happens to them?
So I think what's important to recognize is that any new residential development within this area is going to be subject to the umbrella of the environmental document, which is basically the 4,500 units, and then of course some retail uses. So as Rena had shown in her earlier graphic that showed development in the area, we do have a pretty good subscription so far in terms of people interested in developing, and there are some vacant lands that you'd mentioned that were shown on that graphic. So for those properties, there's no fee due unless you propose to additional residential units. If if the unit count is beyond what is approved by the EIR, then another environmental document is going to be needed. The city is in the process of working on additional units for the area that is subject to further review and analysis and study. That is not ready for council today, but it is anticipated that there may be additional improvements that are going to be forthcoming for those additional units beyond the 4,500 mentioned earlier. So if you're a property owner today and you do not plan to develop, then there's no fee for you. It's really just for new residential units within the boundary of the Tasmania specific plan.
Okay, so they will be liable when they build something, and at that time we'll be talking about what they need to pay beyond 4,500 units.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember
hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Michael Liu, for that report. That was very extensive, and we appreciate that. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute recess here in the council chambers and online. And so right now, it is 7:11, 7:25. Back at 7:25. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Our next item is item number 5, public hearing, another public hearing, action on a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 925 Walsh Avenue, Santa Clara, California, from PSB Northern California Industrial Portfolio LLC, a Delaware limited liability company. City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor, council members, city staff. I just wanted to go through the procedures, and this will apply to items 5, 6, and 7, which are all public hearings on resolutions of necessity to acquire easements in this specific area of the city for what is called the South Loop transmission project. This is a very specialized type of public hearing. I will just go through the various elements of this. The first step you're going to do is to open the public hearing for each of these items. So you'll do that. Each one is a separate public hearing, so you'll have to open each public hearing, and then staff will do a report to the council. The council can ask questions of the staff, and then you must open the hearing to any speakers who would like to speak. Anyone with a claimed interest in the property has a right to speak, even if they fail to complete a request to be heard form. The persons with a property interest in the property can have up to 5 minutes to speak. They need adequate time to lay out their objections to any element of as part of procedural due process for each property owner. The speakers may only address these 4 issues: whether the public interest and necessity require the project, whether the project is planned or located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury, whether the property sought to be required is necessary for the project, and whether the offer required by Section 7267.2 of the Government Code has been made to the record owner of the property. This is very important. The amount of the appraisal and offer are not before the council at this hearing, so this is not a discussion of whether the appraisal amount was the correct amount or the proper amount or what the city is going to pay. It's just simply about the 4 elements that I just recited. Any disagreement about the appraisal or the amount of money to be paid for the property is something that's resolved in the eminent domain action. If you have any questions, you can either ask staff, which I think Manuel Pineda will be presenting, or we will have outside counsel on the line to answer any legal questions or respond to objections made by the speakers. The procedure is then to close the public hearing. And then after you close the public hearing, then you need to adopt each resolution separately by a 2/3 majority. And with the 7-member council, that means we need 5 votes for each resolution. So this procedure is applicable to all 4 of the hearings that you're about to conduct.
And I conduct them individually, City Attorney, so.
We need to call them individually, open the public hearing, close the public hearing, pass the resolution, then move each individually.
Okay, thank you very much. So right now, the public hearing, I'll declare it open for 925 Walsh Avenue. So staff, Manuel Pineda.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'll be sharing my screen, so if they can give me the ability to do that. All right, there we go. Let me try that. Thank you. And I just want to verify that everybody can in fact see my screen.
Yes, we can see it here.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Today, we're going to have 4 items in front of you. The first one is 925 Walsh Avenue. Just wanted to let you know in advance that the presentations are very similar in the sense that they'll give you some perspective on the project, some of the benefits, some of the background. And for your benefit, and because I know you don't want to hear me talk that much, I'll get into in depth as part of this first presentation. And for the next three, then I'll lightly just touch on those, just really just go through them really quickly, and then just focus on the specific property. So I'm going to give you all the information up front as part of this first one. But of course, you can ask me questions at any point. Let me see if I have a little issue here. There we go. So the South Loop project is a very significant project for the city, and it will be installing 82 new steel poles and 2.4 miles of 60 kV transmission line. So it's a brand new transmission line within the city. The council has been looking at this project for a long time, and he's taken many actions. Started back in 2015 when the adopted capital budget included this project. In 2016, there was an approved agreement for our electrical consultant for the design of the project and provide those engineering services. On January 14, 2020, there was an amended service agreement for the appraisal services as part of the easement. And on July 7th, 2020, you adopted the negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project, as well as increasing the funding. The budget currently is approximately $25 million. We're still kind of finalizing all those numbers. And we have a scheduled construction start of 2021. Reason we're here and the status of the project, of course, is we're here for the easement acquisition process. So the project is very beneficial. I think, globally, just if you want to put it at, 10,000 feet, it just increases reliability and capacity in the city, in some of our key industrial areas. It helps shift load to the East Loop. We have new conductors with higher power delivery, replacing aging infrastructure, which we always want to do. Resolves low voltage issues, increases capacity on the center loop as well, provides capacity for existing and future substations for the growth that we have discussed in the past, and also provides a permanent line extension for Parker substation. So this gives you just a general idea of kind of what we mean. A lot of times when we have these presentations or quality report, we say increased reliability and capacity. This gives you a lot more detail as to what that means when you're moving forward with a project of this magnitude. So the easement acquisition process, we're pursuing both permanent easements and temporary construction easements. If you see TCE, that's what that means, a temporary construction easement. We have the need for 37 properties where we're going to be pursuing easements. And I'm very happy to say the team has done a wonderful job. And at this point, we have had 15 successful negotiations, which although, with everything going on, we spent a lot of time on it. Very happy with 15 up to this point. So you approved 3 agreements on October 13th. You approved 2 agreements on November 10th. You approved 4 agreements today on consent, today, November 17th. And we'll be bringing 6 agreements to council on December 15th. So those are upcoming. So very, very successful up to this point. The steps for acquisition is a very formal process that we've been going through. We send a letter to the property owner that the city will appraise the value of the property. We complete a fair market value appraisal for that property. We send the initial offer of compensation to the property owner. And as part of that, we also allow the property owner to be reimbursed, paid by the city, up to $5,000 for a second appraisal. Then we negotiate for the property owner, and we spend months negotiating, trying to reach a deal. And as we have for all the last 3 council meetings and coming to you 6 more on December 15th, property owner and city negotiated agreements come to council for your approval. If there is no agreement, then the council can consider a resolution of necessity. And that's why we're here today for your consideration on that. But I do want to highlight, and I even bolded on the slide because it's a top priority for us, that taking this action today doesn't mean that we don't continue to negotiate. Our goal is to continue to negotiate with the property owner and come up to a deal that works for the 2 of us, just as we have with the other 15 properties so far as part of the project. If we do have to continue down the eminent domain process, that would take up to approximately 24 months. But the city does have rights to build that project after receiving what's called the order of possession. And that would take about 7 to 8 months. So the project we're here to discuss today as part of this item is 925 Walsh. It's actually 2 parcels. The initial offer for it, and if you look at it, you can see where the easement location's at, where the poles are at, and that kind of gives you an idea on the aerial. The initial offer was sent on May 20th, 2020. We have spent almost 6 months of ongoing negotiation. The power line easement is large. It's a little bit over 41,000 square feet. And we also have a TCE, our temporary construction easement, that you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of the property, dashed a little differently. That's about 2,700 square feet. The resolution of necessity findings that the public interest and necessity require the project, and we have spent many years developing it and provides many benefits. The project is planned or located in a manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. The property sought to be required is necessary for the project, and the offer required by section 7267.2 of the government code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. So with all that information, we're recommending alternative number 1, to adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 925 Walsh Avenue, Santa Clara, California, from PSB Northern California Industrial Portfolio, LLC. That concludes my staff report, and of course, available for any questions you might have for me.
Thank you. Do we have any council questions for staff? I don't see any council questions, so I'd like to open the hearing to any speakers that might be available to speak. Do we have a list of, do we have any speakers? And who is this gentleman on the screen? That's our outside counsel?
Yeah.
Nice to see you, outside counsel. All right, it's a nice picture of you, okay. Is there something you'd like to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So is there anybody with a claimed interest in the property that would like to speak now? Anyone? Do we have anyone on this issue? Okay, so I don't have any questions. I have no outside, anyone with a claimed interest in the property and no public members. So I'm going to ask if there is a motion to close the public hearing. City Attorney? Yes, may I please have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Councilmember O'Neill. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Watanabe. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so that meets the threshold. It passes unanimously 6-0. So that's on 925 Walsh Avenue.
No, that's
Oh, that was the close the
Close
public
the-
hearing?
yes.
I'm sorry. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution of necessity?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Any questions or comments? All right, Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that passes unanimously 6-0. All right, now we're going to move to item number 6. And that is public hearing action on a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 1401 Martin Avenue, Santa Clara, California, from Diana J. Allman, trustee et al. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Staff, do you have some additional comments on 1401 Martin Avenue?
I do, Mayor. Let me share my screen again. And we'll go through this. There we go. Hopefully, there we go. Perfect. So I discussed, thanks again, Manuel Pineda, again, as we discussed, we went through some of the slides with you on the South Loop project and kind of what the project is, as well as the significant benefits it provides, and also the easement acquisition and the 15 successful negotiations that we had up to this point, as well as the steps for acquisition and the process that we have gone through. So 1401 Martin Avenue, you can see the easement in the blue area. For this property, we had an initial offer that went out on 4/6/2020. So they've been approximately 7 months of ongoing negotiations. The easement is about 1,975 square feet and is shown on the slide with the property location. The resolution of necessity findings, and you're going to have to bear with me. I gave you a break on the other slide, so I will go through this one. The public interest and necessity require the project. The project is critical to maintain reliability of the power system in Santa Clara and necessary for future development in the area. The project's planned or located in manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. And staff consider multiple alternatives as part of the project. The property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. The property at 1401 Martin Avenue is necessary to achieve the technical needs of the project. And the offer required by section 7267.2 of the government code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. On April 6, 2020, the city made an offer to Diana J. Altman, trustee et al., to acquire the easement in accordance with the above referenced government code. So with that information and the previous background, we recommend alternative number 1, adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interest on 1401 Martin Avenue, Santa Clara, California, from Diana J. Altman, trustee and all. That concludes staff report and of course available for questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the council members of staff? Okay, seeing none, do we have, it is a public hearing open. Do we have any speakers, any public speakers? Seeing none, do we have anyone who has a claimed interest in the property? Anyone with a claimed interest in the property that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution of necessity?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, and that passes unanimously. All right. Moving on then to item number 7, public hearing action on a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 800 Matthew Street, Santa Clara, California, from Patel Jadendra G. and Shashi J. Trustee. City staff?
Thank you again, Mayor. I'll share my screen again. Right. Oops. So this item's regarding 800 Matthew Street. And as we discussed the project already, as well as the many benefits associated with it, the easement acquisition and where we're at, as well as the process that we have gone through. So for 800 Matthew Street, here you have the property shown on the graphic with the easement location. The initial offer was sent on 4/24/2020. We have had 6 months of ongoing negotiation, and is for a power line easement as approximately 1,224 square feet. And like I said, you can see it on the graphic in front of you. The resolution of necessity findings, and you'll bear with me again as I go through the whole thing. The public interest and necessity require the project, that the project is critical to maintain reliability of the power system in Santa Clara and necessary for future development in the area. The projects planned are located in a manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Staffs consider multiple alternatives as part of the project. The property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. The property at 800 Matthew Street is necessary to achieve the technical needs of the project. And the offer required by section 7267-.2 of the government code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. On April 24, 2020, the city made an offer to Jitendra G. Patel and Sashi J. Patel as co-trustees of the Patel 1994 Living Trust to acquire the easement in accordance with the above referenced government code. So with the previous information as well as this one, we recommend alternative number 1, adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interest on 800 Matthew Street, Santa Clara, California, from Jitendra G. Patel and Shashi J. Patel, as co-trustees of Patel 1994 Living Trust. That concludes staff presentation and available for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions of the staff? I don't see any from the council. So I'm going to open the hearing. Do we have any speakers? And do we have someone that has a claimed interest in the property to speak? Okay, yes, please allow our speaker to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Roshni Patel, and I'm speaking on behalf of my parents who own 800 Matthew Street. They're also in attendance of this hearing. We just wanted to note for the record that this property is home to a small locally owned family business. My dad has owned this business for 31 years, and we feel that this line would significantly disrupt the use and aesthetics of the property. In addition, my dad has certain manufacturing equipment, and we're not aware of how this will affect that sensitive equipment. And we have not seen any demonstration that this is the least disruptive route for the overhead power line. So for example, we have not been told why this line can't run through the back of the property rather than going through the front of the property. So we ask that you not certify the resolution as to this property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have another speaker? Yes, please call the speaker.
JP, you may speak. Please unmute yourself. JP.
Did the city had any study, for the magnetic field study, like what's the effect of magnetic field to the, all the businesses and people, and this is a 60,000 volt.
Okay, well, I'll get that question answered. Do you have any more comments?
No, I don't have any more comment. Other than I know we have a data center in front of us, and the minute you step outside, there is a really, lots of noise that wasn't there before. And, I wish after developing this kind of project, city can see what's going on, or, they can hear what the effect of this thing.
Okay, is that all your comments? Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, that's all the comment. And as far as appraisal, obviously, I think we cannot talk about appraisal right now. So I will not talk about that unless you want to hear, what I have to say about appraisal.
City Attorney, I'm not sure what to do here.
I would refer to our outside counsel, Gail Connor, if he wants to make any response to any of these statements.
Yes, good evening. This is Gail Connor, Millistar Regalia, outside eminent domain counsel. The amount of just compensation for the taking of this easement is not a part of the hearing today. City attorney went through the findings that you need to make, and none of those findings involve the adequacy of the offered compensation. If we can't reach an agreement with the property owner, they have a constitutional right to have a jury determine what their just compensation is, and it will be determined at that time. Although I have to say that most of these cases are resolved long before we get to trial. But if it's their desire, they have a right, constitutional right, for jury to decide.
All right. Do we have any more comments from public members? We do? Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, initials JP.
JP?
He just.
Oh, I think JP just spoke. Is there anyone else? Okay. We've asked outside counsel to answer any questions. So if we don't have any more comments from the public, is there a motion to close the public hearing? Or do we
So
want?
moved.
Oh, wait, hold on one second. Can you speak in, Councilmember O'Neill?
Is it permissible to try to get an answer for the other questions that were raised about the location of the line and the whatever, I think you were noting them? Or is that out of order?
I think Manuel Pineda or staff can answer the question about why the line is not behind the property.
Yes, so the line actually follows the alignment on Matthew Street, where the public right-of-way is located. And it's not just this one property, so multiple properties across the street. So the alignment where it's located makes sense in context of the whole project. Regarding the other questions, I would just remind the council that the project does have a approved environmental document that went to council and was approved by council.
Okay. Okay, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
Or second?
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Davis and a second by Councilmember O'Neill. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Do we have a motion of action on motion to approve the resolution of necessity? Or any
So moved.
motion? Okay, a motion by Councilmember
Second.
Davis, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Do we have questions, comments, or discussion? Okay, seeing none, yes.
I did,
Sorry.
Mayor Gilmore. My point is that Manuel talked about how the ongoing conversation and negotiation would still continue even after, even if this passes, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We will continue to negotiate with the property owners.
Thank you.
Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next we go to item number 8. Public hearing, action on a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 2908 Lafayette Street, Santa Clara, California, from Dollinger Lafayette Associates, a California General Partnership. City staff?
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, let me get the presentation started. And of course, this presentation is referring to 2908 Lafayette Street. And we have here all the background and benefit slides that we discussed before, as well as the easement acquisition and our current successful negotiations that we have. And since Councilmember Hardy brought it up, the reminder, thank you for that, that as this process goes forward, we still continue to negotiate with the property owners. 2908 Lafayette Street, you see the two, on the two corners, the easements, as well as the temporary construction easement in a pinkish color. This property, we had an initial offer that was sent on 3/30/2020. As part of that offer, we actually redesigned this easement. We redesigned the project alignment, still kind of comes to a certain point, but originally it was intended to be across the entire frontage on Lafayette Street. We redesigned it and reduced the easement size by approximately 76%. We sent a revised offer with the new easement on 8/24/2020. So in total, we had about 7 months of ongoing negotiation, including the redesign to try to accommodate some of the items that have come up. What you have in front of you today is the redesigned easement, the power line easement with the two pieces that are 1,242 square feet, and a temporary construction easement that's 1,830 square feet. So with that, a resolution of necessity findings, the public interest and necessity require the project. The project's critical to maintain reliability of the power system in Santa Clara and necessary for future development in the area. The project's plan are located in a manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Staff consider multiple alternatives as part of the project. The property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. The property at 2908 Lafayette Street is necessary to achieve the technical needs of the project. And the offer required by section 7267.2 of the government code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. On August 24, 2020, the city made an offer to Dollinger Lafayette Associates, a California general partnership, to acquire the easements in accordance with the above referenced government code. So with that, we recommend alternative number 1, adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 2908 Lafayette Street, Santa Clara, California, from Dollinger Lafayette Associates, a California general partnership. That concludes the presentation and available for questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from our council members. So let's open, the public hearing's open to any speakers that would like to speak, or if you have a claimed interest in the property. And I believe we have some that would like to speak. Do we have any speakers? No one's raised their hand, because we did get an email from someone that would like to speak. Michael Dollinger?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. I am, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I am Michael Dollinger, general partner of the partnership that owns the subject property. The partnership consists of 2 families whose 6 children and now their grandchildren have been put through college for the income from this property. So it's very important to us. By way of introduction, I built this building around 1972 and have owned it since that time. I've been a property owner and developer in Santa Clara for over 50 years and built and leased perhaps more buildings of this type than any other single person in the Silicon Valley, including the original Cole Park at Scott and Central, the Central Lawrence and Franciscan Business Parks at Ryder, Enix, and Lawrence Expressway, and many others. I'm very familiar with leasing and what tenants want. I can tell you honestly that they don't want power lines or power poles in front of their business. Tenants will not lease for 2 reasons. First is aesthetic. It just doesn't look good to be behind these poles. And secondly, they are concerned with stray electricity harming them and their equipment. Utility engineers have assured me there's no such hazard, but tenants are not convinced. They just won't lease in the building except at a very reduced rent. And the net result is that I will have vacancies I cannot fill and a reduced rent in the building if I can. the value of the property will go down. The current discussions about the value of the easement the city wants to condemn do not take into account the effect the new power pole and lines will have on the value of the entire property. I suggest to the city they just buy the building and then have control. You could resell it later and then know exactly how much decrease in value has been. I was asked by the city attorney to get an MAI appraisal, which I did. The value determined was $5 million. The city declined to proceed. I've suggested the city reroute the new lines and pole to across Comstock Street and not land the city already owns. But I was told that wasn't possible for reasons I do not know. In the alternative, I suggest the utility go underground to a vault at the corner location of my property where the proposed power pole was to go. This way, it would not affect our building. It would not cost the city anything for this easement, as we'll give it to you for nothing. And the city will save, the first order I received was $90,000 offer. You'll save the $90,000 I was first offered to use to pay for this. I ask you to not move forward with this condemnation. Instruct the electric department to find a more amicable solution. Thank you. I think you've all been supplied, or the city clerk was supplied with a picture of what this is going to look like when it's completed, and you can understand what this pole looks like in front of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dollinger. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? All right, is there any other speakers at all? Council comments? Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Council?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by Councilmember O'Neill.
Oh, okay.
Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Is there another motion by council? Action on a resolution of necessity, knowing that negotiations will continue.
I'll make that motion, and with the idea, perhaps also there could be some consideration. I don't know about the issue of.
I'm having a hard time understanding you, Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, I will make the motion, and with the acknowledgement that the discussions will continue and to include the addressing the comments made by the owner.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, did you get that motion? That the
Was this seconder, Councilmember Davis?
it's
Yes.
it sounded like
Yeah, go for it.
sounded like a combination of Davis
couldn't tell.
Watanabe, but
Thank you.
I think Watanabe has deferred to Davis.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hardy has her hand raised, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes, I wonder if Manuel can answer some of the concerns that were raised by the owner of the property, please.
Assistant or City Attorney?
Did we close the public hearing?
We have outside counsel. If you would like to make any comments on the speaker's remarks.
Sure. Hi, this is Alan Sozio, outside counsel with Burke, Williams and Sorensen. We did consider the alternatives, the rerouting, and was addressed by the property owner. But it was determined, and I think staff might be able to better explain, but it was determined it wasn't optimal for the city or feasible for reasons that I believe staff might be able to explain in a little more detail.
Yeah, Alan, thank you. Manuel Pineda, and obviously we can't get into all the level of detail here, but just can give you some high level perspectives that we did take a look at it. Just kind of we show a commitment to work as hard as we can to when we're working on these projects. There are definitely technical needs associated with it. As an example, putting in the left side would create what's called a double circuit situation within the same loop, which creates some technical problems for us. Putting it on the west side would also create reliability concerns. It creates a situation where losing one pole could cause a loss of power for all the substations on the loop. So that would be when you have if you lose that pole, it takes down the lines, so you lose power, so your reliability goes down. And there's also a safety concern that during routine maintenance, we would have to work, if a crew was working out there, they would have to work on a pole with half the line still being energized to avoid losing power to substations. So that just gives you a general idea of the kind of things we're looking at. It's not a comprehensive look, but to assure you that we didn't take the comment lightly and took a hard look at whether that was feasible, but determined it didn't meet the technical needs, the reliability concerns, or the safety concerns that we're trying to achieve with the South Loop project.
Thank you. And to add to that, we also did look at the proposal to purchase the entire site, but as I understand it, there just wasn't a need from the city to utilize that entire site there. And so because this property would not be left with as an uneconomic remnant as a result of this project, it was determined to go forward with the taking as proposed.
All right, Vice Mayor, do you have further comments?
No, that was fine. Thank you so much.
So we have a motion to approve the resolution of necessity with the comments that our staff will continue discussions and negotiating with the owners. And we had a second, so Assistant City Clerk.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Is there anything else we need to do on these items, City Attorney?
No, that concludes those 4 items. I just would like for the next item, I'd like the record to reflect that both myself and the city manager will be recusing ourselves from the discussion.
Okay, very good. So I'll give you a moment to pack up your things. And
Have a
City
good evening.
City Manager?
Yes, I too will remove myself and just wanted to wish everyone a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. City Attorney? I guess the excuse to get out early tonight, huh? And I think we have Araceli here and Sujata. Are you here as well, Sue?
Yes. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you. You sound very muffled, Araceli.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I know
can you
Sue's
hear
on
me?
too. I heard Sue earlier. Was
Great.
Sue muffled or was that Araceli? No. Am I hearing things?
Sue, are you on the line?
Can you hear me, Mayor? This
Yeah,
is
I can
Sue.
hear you.
Okay, great.
And
And
then-
can you hear me? This is Araceli.
Yes, I can hear you both.
Okay, great.
Okay, so let me introduce this. Our next item we have is item number 9, approval of no cost of living and merit compensation increases for the city manager and city attorney, and approval to apply the benefit changes for the city manager and city attorney unless stated otherwise in the employment agreement as included in the new miscellaneous unclassified management employees Unit 9 Memorandum of Understanding. Araceli?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Araceli Azevedo, Director of Human Resources. The item before you formalizes several items for the city manager and city attorney, which is consistent with the successor Unit 9 Memorandum of Understanding that Council approved on the consent calendar earlier this evening. This includes a 2-year 0% wage increase for calendar years 2020 and 2021. It also freezes merit increases for 2 years beginning in January 2021. It provides the same vacation benefit as Unit 9, which includes lifting the soft cap for vacation already earned and accrued for 2 years and establishing a hard cap in December of 2022. And it also extends a management leave benefit for the city attorney. As I mentioned, these are consistent with the Unit 9 MOU and align with the terms in the employment contracts for both the city manager and the city attorney. That concludes the presentation. Both Sue and myself are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for that. Council questions? Questions, comments? Anything? Not everybody speak up at once. Now's your chance. Okay, anyone? What would you like to do, council? Okay, I have a hand up from Kathy Watanabe, Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Was losing my iPad here. Araceli, thank you for that introduction. Is the reason this is coming before us tonight is because of the MOU that that was approved on the consent calendar this evening? Is that why, or is there something else tied to it?
Yes, that is correct. In the last couple of years, we brought the item, this item as well as the unit item together. We did consult with outside legal counsel, and they recommended that we separate the two items because there is a government code provision that requires us to verbally on the record specify what the changes will be for any executives, which is why we specifically separated this item as a separate item before you today.
Okay, so based on this, then going forward, oh, it went off my. Going forward, there would be no cost of living or merit increase for the next 2 years. I heard you correct?
So for the cost of living adjustment, there would be no increase in 2020 and 2021. And it recommends freezing freezing any merit increases in 2021 and 2022. That's consistent with the Unit 9 MOU.
Okay. Well, I would. I'm happy to approve the recommendation to approve staff recommendation, which is to make no cost of living or merit pay adjustments to the city manager and city attorney compensation effective December 15, 2019 to December 25th, 2021, and no merit increase adjustments effective January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2022, and extend the Unit 9 benefit changes to the city manager and city attorney as articulated in the staff report.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any comments? Any public members? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Araceli and Sujata.
Thank you.
All right, next we have reports of members and special committees. I just wanted to say this morning that Councilmember O'Neill and I did a ribbon cutting on a new restaurant in Santa Clara called Bloom Eatery and Spirits, which is in the shopping center on Saratoga Avenue and Prune Ridge in Santa Clara. And the owner, Reza, and his fiancée opened it. You may think it's a very interesting time to open a restaurant as the county goes into the purple mode today. But it's really, if you have a chance, it's a breakfast and lunch restaurant. And anyone who's familiar with Sarah's Kitchen in Santa Clara, this is Sarah's son that Reza that's opened the restaurant, and the food looks fantastic. In fact, Councilmember O'Neill, I think you had some this morning, some breakfast, but it's a breakfast and lunch place, and they have some outside dining. But the place, it used to be Golden Mushroom Pizzeria, for those who don't know. But it's beautiful inside. So when we do have indoor dining, it's going to be a great asset to our community. So I just wanted to say congratulations and very good luck to a restaurant who opens now during this pandemic, just as we turn to purple. Hopefully our residents will support this new restaurant, as well as our others in the community. And I think that our restaurants now more than ever are going to need some to-go dining from everyone in the community so that they can keep surviving through this pandemic. So please eat out, please support, especially our mom and pops throughout the city, because they really, really, really need all of our help more than ever. So welcome to Santa Clara, Bloom, and congratulations on the opening. Is there anyone else that would like to, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to speak about a telephone call or a Zoom meeting that I was on Sunday afternoon regarding the recent RENA allocation numbers that came down from Sacramento. And the call was attended by electeds from SoCal as well as NorCal, and the concerns regarding these numbers. Basically, the state is asking for $3 million, 3 million units of housing to be built, and 1.3 million would be just from the Bay Area alone. And so there's some strong concerns, and it was just nice to be able to talk about how we can work together, SoCal as well as NorCal, and address this issue with Sacramento, and also obviously working with our city attorney and city staff in forming responses and working with the cities north and south of us. So it was a good call to be a part of. And I mean, we know we need housing, but the amount of housing that's being required is definitely a serious concern. So it was just I was glad to be a part of the call on behalf of the city.
All right, I don't see any other hands up. So that's going to, I don't believe our city manager is back, so we won't have a city manager executive director report. Which leads us to our adjournment, and I have 2 adjournments for this evening. One, I'd like the council to adjourn in the memory of John Fontana, who was a former planning commissioner and lifelong resident of Santa Clara. John Fontana was born in Santa Clara, California on October 10th, 1923. John attended Santa Clara High School and graduated from San Jose Technical High School in 1943. He then graduated from San Jose State in 1950 with a bachelor's degree in law enforcement. John met his wife of 66 years, Delphine, we know her as Del, in October of 1950, and they were married at St. Clair Church on October 5th, 1952. John enlisted in the U.S. Army and served in World War II and the Korean War. He remained in the Army Reserves as a colonel until his retirement in October 1983. After active duty, he worked as a deputy sheriff for Santa Clara County. John worked for Transport Indemnity for 15 years before becoming self-employed in 1965 as an insurance adjuster investigator. John also served on the Santa Clara Planning Commission from 1964 through 1975. John spent his leisure time gardening, golfing, and taking much pride in his beautiful yard. He especially enjoyed his azaleas and a good Manhattan. John Fontana passed away peacefully in his home October 31st, 2020. He was preceded in death by his wife of 66 years, Delphine, along with siblings Emilio, Emma, and Angelina. John is survived by his son, Stephen, wife Lisa, daughter Stephanie, and grandchildren Scott, Nicole, Kevin with Morgan, and great-granddaughter Kennedy, sisters-in-law Marlene Vaughn and Marilyn Fernandez, as well as many nieces and nephews. And John's wife, Del Fontana, was our very first Miss Santa Clara, for those of you who enjoy our history in the city. So he's with his wife now. They're together again. The second adjournment, I'd like to ask the council to adjourn in memory of Ray Augustine Russo Sr., long-term Santa Clara resident and former head groundskeeper at Santa Clara City Hall. Ray Augustine Russo was born on August 7, 1929 in San Jose, California. He was the only child of John and Mary Russo, immigrants to the United States from Triarico, Italy. I probably said that wrong, I'm sorry. Growing up amidst the orchards of Almaden, Ray was an active and athletic child. He eventually took his talent to the football field for Campbell High School. After graduating from Campbell High, Ray proudly served his country by enlisting in the United States Navy. While home on leave, Ray met the love of his life, Carmen Marchese, at a local grocery store. They continued their courtship even when he was stationed in Okinawa, Japan. On April 19, 1953, Ray and Carmen were married and remained lovingly devoted to each other for the next 67 years. For over 40 of those years, Ray and Carmen lived on the family ranch in Santa Clara. Their son, Ray Russo Jr., was born in 1960, and their daughter, Camille, was born in 1962. A devoted husband and father, Ray Sr. shared a passion for cars with his son and fishing off the pier in Santa Cruz with his family. Not only was Ray an extraordinary husband and father, he was also a well-respected, hard-working man. During his golden years, Ray enjoyed spending time with his grandchildren, Tyler and Jacqueline Filizetti. He shared his love of sports with Tyler, attending all of Tyler's ice hockey and baseball games and watching many 49er games with him. Ray passed away on November 4th, 2020, with his loving wife by his side. Ray is survived by his wife, Carmen Russo, his daughter, Camille Filizetti, and son-in-law, Joseph Filizetti, his son, Ray Russo Jr., and his grandchildren, Tyler and Jacqueline Filizetti. So may I please have a motion in both of their memories?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.